All right. Hey, oops. Let me make sure I got my mic plugged in, which I don't have. Okay. I'm waiting for this to come online. I'm not sure what's taking it so long. Oh, okay. Hold on a sec. I got an issue with one of my. Hey, folks. I'm sorry. I got an issue real quick. I gotta fix my stream. Because for some reason oh, great. For some reason the server key didn't work, so I gotta redo something on here. So I'm sorry, just take me one little moment to fix this. Still trying to get used to brand new tube. That's where I'm mainly broadcasting from. Kind of having like some issues because sometimes it just doesn't start right away. I will throw the link out if someone wants to come online. Just give me a moment. So, okay, let's see if that fixed it. All right, looks like I got it fixed. Okay, so I just kind of did this at random. Wasn't really planning on doing a show, but I do have like a couple of interesting things to show people today. So let me get this up here and so there we go. I'm just gonna give it a few minutes, maybe like just about maybe 2 more minutes. Sorry for the randomness. Sorry that I, didn't have this like completely scheduled. It's like I didn't know that my wife's sister was having chemo today, and so I wanted to make sure she could hang out with her sister and be there for her. And I also worked like 70 hours like the past few weeks, and then I was having to watch the kids on like 2 hours of sleep, and I wasn't even sure if I was going to get 2 hours of sleep. So I didn't know if I could even do a show. My goal is to try to have a set time either every Friday or either every Friday night, probably around 9 p.m. New York time, because I know there's like a lot of people I talk to overseas and things like that. So just so we're kind of like all on the same time zone, you look up, New York time, which is like Eastern Standard Time, 9 p.m. I just say New York time. That way, you can just do an easy Google search that way. And let's see here, or I might do one during the day, like around maybe 12 noon, 1 p.m. New York time on Saturday. I'm trying to pick between those 2 days. What's the best time to do a show? And that's part of the reason why I don't have a guest tonight. I do have, I can let people call in. Let me see here. Basically what you would do is you just click this link, and that's how you can go join in the show. If you're, I'll read your comments out loud too if you're on brand new tube. But anyway, there's the link there if you want to join the show. Anyone who wants to call in, give their thoughts about anything going on. I'm keeping the show pretty casual tonight. But so just to start it off, um, oops, didn't mean to click that. But anyway, um, in Indiana, in the USA, that's where I live. Um, that's the state I live in. But anyway, we got this commercial that started playing, and I thought it was kind of creepy when I first heard it. And I'll play that commercial for you so you can get a listen. Yeah, see, I just don't. It's the whole join us thing. And then like if you and I just want to show you some of the comments because I mean I was like, am I the wait a minute, they redid it. Oh, because this isn't it. Because it had 24 thumbs down. Oh my gosh, but oh, no, yeah. I was like, this it seemed creepier than this. Um it was creepier than that. I want to find the one I oh boy. Let's look down and maybe it's this one. I want you to see the comments. Um, but it's the whole join us thing. But man, there were some really good comments. But as you can see, there's not a single thumbs up. The one I saw had 24, but it's like you got people saying things like, "Damn, I thought David Koresh was convincing. I'm sold." Um, these people need to be forced to go through VARs every day, which is like the vaccine. It's like a vaccine. It's where you. I don't know. Like in America, I'm not sure if this is like an international organization or not, but what VARs is where you report vaccine injuries. And I know I read an article 10 years ago that said that only maybe 1% of vaccine injuries even get reported to VARs. So I know my aunt when she got the Pfizer version, which is, and yes, by the way, I know this is not a vaccine; it's an experimental injection, experimental mRNA injection. I a truth seeking. Oh, it was super quiet, man. Sorry about that, man. Sorry here, man. Can I fix that? Maybe it was on this one that was super quiet. I might not turn the volume up. Okay, so I don't know what I can really do. That's horrible. Oh man, let me look at my settings. I'm gonna just check my sound settings real quick. And oh, you know what? I need to go to volume settings. Hold on. Let me. Yeah, everything's cranked up all the way. I don't really know what else I can do. So I'm trying to figure that out. I'm sorry, I need to step in here and make sure see if anyone was commenting on this show. on brand new YouTube. But anyway, I see her on got a few people on Facebook and a couple of people on YouTube watching. I'm not sure, and I don't think my views show up on my software for anyone that's on brand new YouTube. But anyway, I'm mainly focusing on doing shows on brand new YouTube now because I can actually schedule guests. So if I get booted off of YouTube, which it's gonna happen. I've been suspended 11 times. The best place people can find me would be brand YouTube, and I should have that link right there. So that's gonna be I don't even use D Live, man. Sorry, I shouldn't even have that one up there because I rarely am ever on D Live. But there's my brand new tuber. Oh, here we go. Get rid of that ticker. There we go. So but anyway, man, I want to find that, man. Join us commercial. Join us. Man, those comments on the one I saw. You know what? They went and deleted that video. Media Bear saw it because I saw his comments, but now I'm like, did they go and delete that video? I guess that one must have creeped too many people out. Because it had that woman on there. Oh, you see how it says new? It's like these are actually old videos. So they took and they erased them. But you know what? I do got some of the screenshots, luckily. So let me see here. I will pull up the screenshots on this because make sure it's the same video. Okay, let me type in. You know what? Maybe I'll just go to this one. COVID-19 vaccine eligibility. Is it this one? Just, I wonder why they got the same commercial like a bunch of times. Okay, so they erased it because I guess maybe it's this one. Yep, here it is because it's got 20. Yeah, I want to read some of these. Yeah, join us at the Jim Jones Happy Hour. This, and someone else said, Brandon Adams says, this is one of the most cult-like things I've ever seen. Someone else says, you know how culty this feels, and you wonder why over half the people haven't gotten it. And this Colton Barrett says, join us. Glad I'm not alone in this. And by that I mean not getting major cult vibes. By that I mean getting major cult vibes. Got this as an ad at first and searched the vid just to comment this, and I'm glad to see fellow Americans feel the same. What's worse is there's multiple variations of this ad directed at different age groups. Join us at the barbecue, at the ball game, at the kids' birthday parties. Join us at the club, at the restaurant, with your friends. Join us at the clinic to drink the Kool-Aid free of charge. Join us in the society. And here's someone, they say, I'm pro-vaccine, but this is a terrible ad. I'd be surprised if this convinced one person who was on the fence. My comments are gone. Oh, wait a minute, maybe not. Okay, here we go. So, um, but anyway, um, I just think that one's pretty creepy. So I just kind of wanted to show that. But man, I wonder if that. When they tell people like 50% of the country's been vaccinated, I don't believe that. I believe they tell you that so so you feel like, oh, it's safe. Because it's like I don't. I mean, I think I only know like two people that's been vaccinated, and like I said, my aunt had a horrible reaction. Someone else I know, their daughter lost a baby as soon as she got the injection. Um, what else happened? I think someone else had blood clotting or something that went on. Um, So it's like I don't know. Like I don't know anyone who died of COVID, but I know plenty of people that got messed up from this injection. And it's like, but anyway, Eighth True Seeking says, all good. Got to watch out though. Only play really short bursts, pause it, make commentary, then play a little bit more. Otherwise, I'll know. Yes, but that's why I'm not on YouTube anymore. Really, I mean, I kind of just I do this because there's a couple of people, that for whatever reason they don't want to like join brand new tube, but to me, I can do lives on brand new tube. I can have good guests on. I plan on having this guy in goods. I'll bring up his channel real quick, but he like I couldn't. I wanted to have him on this week, but because of the whole stepsister going to the hospital thing, I couldn't do it. But this guy's pretty good, man. I mean, I like his shows a lot. I learn a lot. He reads books and does commentary as he's reading the books, and I think on his Facebook page, uh, basically calls himself a historical investigative journalist, and I really like a lot of the. I mean, there's no one I 100% agree with, but I just like a lot of his like fresh perspectives, that most people don't have. Um, like I said, at some point I plan to have Media Bear. I think Media Bear doesn't even know that you could do lives on brand new tube, so I think he might be kind of interested in that. Oh, hey, Bobby 55. Yeah, man. He says it's now or never, fight back or be slaves. Um, Yeah, I just wish I could post your comments. Like as you can see on my screen, I can post people's comments on YouTube, but they don't have that function. Like I can't do it, man, for brand YouTube yet. I got to figure out how to get those comments to show up. But hey, Bobby, I'm glad you decided to tune in and watch. Sorry that this is sort of random, but I'll just kind of there's a couple of things I wanted to make sure I did share though, which would be the Moderna like this. I just want to make sure people do know that this site exists, which has basically got their whole. Oh, where is it, man? It's got their whole COVID timeline laid out. But I gotta here, man. Gotta figure out exactly. Maybe I think it's this one. Well, oh, this is kind of a problem with having a live stream, man. I don't have this stuff laid out as well as I planned. Oh, I think it's right. Okay, right here. I'm gonna post this link in the chat, so you know it's because I want people to be able to see this side. So, but this one, it basically gives you the timeline of the whole COVID vaccine. I almost said vaccination. The experimental program. As you can see, you look down here, because there were, you know, when I spoke at that I'll just say anti-jab rally, anti-experimental injection rally, where they're trying to make the IUPUI student body and get a they're trying to make every student required to get this injection. They're also trying to make any kind of medical people required to get the injection to work at hospitals and things like that. So, and I was talking to some of the people, and at the end of the show, I said, "Hey, man, did anyone during this whole speaking engagement? Because I got there kind of late. I said, did anyone mention that they created this in basically 2 days? They designed it. You know, the Chinese authorities gave them the genetic sequence for the coronavirus, and then 2 days later, they they managed to design it. And this same mRNA 1273 that they designed 2 days later is the same one. And this is coming from a company that never brought anything to market. So, you know, you see that was mRNA 1273. And right up here, what are you getting injected in your arm? mRNA 1273. So it's not like 1274, like, okay, that was like their first thing that they created. It didn't work, so they created mRNA 1274 or 1284 or mRNA 2000 because, you know, they had to, nope, they got it right the first time in less than 48 hours. And man, it made it through everything, you know, and this company that never could bring anything to market brought this to market within, you know, designed it perfectly in less than 48 hours. And it's completely safe. And everyone should get it because it's so safe and so effective. And YouTube has recently deleted or banned some of my videos where in the video description, all I had was the definition of a vaccine. That's it. That's why they banned my videos. And so for YouTube right now, one of the things you can get banned for is just posting, and this is medical misinformation, to post the dictionary definition, and you post and you show the dictionary site, and you show that here it is, you know, right from the dictionary, and it says, you know, the definition of a vaccine is it must contain either part of a virus or either part or all of a weakened or dead pathogen, or, you know, virus or bacteria. So does this injection have any part of a virus or any part of the virus in it? No. That's what they'll tell you. There's no virus in it. Well, if there's no virus in it, how can it be a vaccine? Because a vaccine has to have part of a virus in it. And they'll tell you, well, it creates this spike-like protein that looks like it. But the whole thing is that's not part of the virus, and that's not how traditional vaccines work. So this is not a vaccine. And that's been my argument. And one of my things is, it's like you're having people get this thing shot up in them, and they don't even know that it's not a vaccine. Oh shoot! You know what? That, I guess when I post that on brand new tube, well, I guess all you gotta do is just copy that description, because I guess you can't. It won't let me post that link. But if you copy that description and probably put that into Google, oh man, I don't want to report myself. Get that off there. Okay. But anyway, if you post that into Google search engine, you'll find the exact website I brought up, the exact page, because I don't know how to search Modernist page to find that. I accidentally found it one day, and um, but anyway, hey, Eighth Truth Seeking, if you or anyone wants to come on the show, anyone's, free to come on the show. It's pretty laid back. I mean, Bobby, you want to come on, say a few things, you can come on. Anyone else that's out there, you guys want to come on, you come right on, come on, and I'll try to make you feel as comfortable as possible. And you basically would just click that link if you're unfamiliar with StreamYard. You click that link, you can pick whether you want to be, have your video shown or not, your face in the video. You can just be audio, and come right on the show. Works about the same way as a phone. I mean, if you're on you can do this with your cell phone too. Just don't have me on speakerphone. I think it'd create an echo if you got me on speakerphone. But other than that, um, but anyway, Eighth Truth Seeking says, I don't have any good friends that have gotten the injection because I don't hang out with stupid people. One of many great quotes. Equals watch the stream self-destruct today's gravy Q&A. Oh, I'll have to check them out. From recent live stream from Curtis Stone, Urban Farmer. Okay. I think I have watched him before. Water is going to be a huge issue soon. Oh, speaking of water, now I listened to this guy from First Amendment Radio, Nicholas Arthur, and I think he does a pretty decent show. And he was talking about how, gosh, man, I think it's California where he lives. I'm not sure. But I know there's two people, and I think he was talking about how there's like a drought, like his well's running dry, and he's got to like try to get some like another well going, and it's like a real issue there. And then I heard someone in Colorado I know was talking about how their well is drying up and things like that. And so it seems like there's like some kind of drought going on, maybe, or potential drought. Um, so yeah, I'm glad you mentioned about water is going to be a huge issue soon. You said it will be like food, a tool for control and manipulation. Oh yeah, probably. Maybe. Anyway, you say, oh, by the way, I am unjabbed, non-jabbed, and the magnet's stuck to the upper chest, especially near the clavicles, near the sternum. Very disturbing. Last injection I got was in 2002, an ER for pain, supposedly. Tried it on a few roasts and steaks in the fridge, and when frozen they did not stick, but once thawed they did stick. Completely upside down, man. Disgusting. So you're saying that the magnets is stuck to the meat when they were unfrozen? Oh, that reminds me, some lady said something about there's some reason why they got to keep it why they got to keep the injection cold. Um, well, I'm gonna have to pull up that video real quick. See here. Oh, speaking of video, I'll show you something out there, man. Let's see here. Now this video was created way before this whole mask thing. By like yeah, 4 years ago she made this video, right? This artist named Poppy, like this musician. So I'm just gonna play that. I mean, isn't that a little trippy that it's a surgical mask and she's putting it on 4 years ago, right at the time, Donald Trump's getting, nominated or elected for president, right? Or selected for president. Because I told people at the time that, I mean, I was working a lot and I didn't really know much about Donald Trump, and all I saw was people attacking him. And I did see some of those old videos where he was questioning 9/11, and so I was like, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and vote for the guy. And some of my friends were like, "Oh, Chris, all the elections are selections, and why are you voting? And you're buying into the system, and you're stupid." And but one thing I did say that none of those people who criticized me pointed out was I said, you know what, man, this guy's getting really attacked. And I said, either Donald Trump's legit or they got something really big planned for us, and that they're just going to set us up. Because I said, dude, right now, the way this is going, it's like everybody would get so exposed. And so there's got to be some bigger game going on. And a lot of people already have a feeling like a lot of what they call the patriot types and stuff, they already have a feeling that there's something really bad going on in their government. But I think most of them have no idea how bad it really is. And so I think that whole having the media and having all these like corrupt people, even the corrupt Republicans that you always called rhino Republicans, which means Republican in name only. But that actually almost all of them are Republican in name only. They're all of them are pretty much Democrats, and the Vatican runs the Democrat Party in America. So when you see a bunch of Catholic Republicans, you automatically assume that most of the Republican Party is controlled as well. And so this is, I mean, so I never thought you should go have a third party. What you got to do is you got to fix the party they're trying to take over and expose that if you want to fix any part of the system. If you're not gonna do that, then you're not going to really change anything in America, because a third party is not going to win. They want to shift you over to a third party to even make your voice even more quiet. Whereas if you worked within the Republican Party and you got rid of these people and you pointed them out that they're actually Democrats, you could fix that party and have a better chance of fixing everything. But anyway, so when Donald Trump was running, people, commented, but that's why I said, I said, look, man, he's either legit or they're setting us up for something really big. So when COVID first started happening and I saw that they were locking people down in Italy, I tried to protest it before we even had a lockdown in America, especially when one of our basketball players here, Rudy, oh, I can't think of his name. Rudy something, man, who played for the Utah Jazz. He came down with COVID, and as soon as he did it, I knew what was going to happen. I tried to have an anti-lockdown protest, and people were like, "What the heck are you even talking about?" And I was like, "Well, they're going to lock us down." And the reason why I knew this was because I once Trump got nominated, I saw all this deep state he was nominating, and I was like, okay, there's something big about ready to happen. I just don't know what it's going to be, but he's definitely setting us up for something really big. So as soon as I started seeing that, that's why I knew that what was about ready to happen. And that's why I was so adamant about it. So I think it's kind of weird, that the same year Trump gets nominated or elected or selected, same year that Poppy comes out with this whole mask video, and we wind up wearing masks. And then, what's odd? She's got another video called Scary Mask Warning that she released on April 23rd, 2019. kind of gives me chills, you know, it gives me chills. It's like the scary mask is coming. And that was done on April 23rd, 2019. And what are we, and then, you know, to have it happen in 2020, you know, just 1 year later, it's kind of, I don't know, that kind of gives me the chills a little bit. I don't know about anybody else. It gives me some chills, man, just hearing that. So let me kind of go check back over into the, okay, so no one commented anything new. And well, let me refresh this just to make sure that, because I don't know how, okay, so there's no more new comments in the chat, but hey, everybody, I will read your comments in the chat room. And, you know, I want to get rid of this banner. Oh, not, I guess I don't have that banner on. Thought I still had it on, but anyway, let me kind of read some of the comments going on. And okay, Trusikin says, yeah, Alaska Prepper channel just had a good one on. Neodymium magnets, I have a playlist called Magnetofection. I've tried out a lot of them on there. Drought weather manipulation equals want to get channel some heat. Check out 62nd or 63rd Airborne official U.S. Air Force page. Literally says mission is to own the weather by 2025. Okay, let's just go ahead and pull that up. Mission is to own the weather by 2025. Okay, so maybe it's just not gonna pop up on. Let's try Google. Well, I mean, NBC News, which is one of our main news outlets here in America, says in 2025, the report summarized U.S. aerospace forces can own the weather by capitalizing on emerging technologies and focusing development of those technologies to warfighting applications. Such a capability offers the warfighter tools to shape the battle space in ways never before possible. And you can see articles from 2005 saying military officials and weather modification experts could be on. Well, you basically see the title: U.S. military wants to own weather. Wants to own the weather. Yeah, let's see if I can kind of. Really want to try to find that. Oops. U.S. Air Force. I'm really sure. Oh, okay, so Defense and Technical Information Center. So this is as part of the Department of Defense. It looks like. So yeah. So yep. All checks out. It's not conspiracy. I gotta get rid of that banner out. With that blocking everything. So let's get here. 2013, 2014, or thereabouts, Mark Cuban was showing off the facial scanning technologies for stadium entrance, etc. He was investing in. Nature Thinking says, yeah, I had similar feelings about Trump. Couldn't get either Democrats or Republicans to think or dig a little deeper about how he might be played. Yeah, I mean, I lost friends, and I was like, man, my friend Mark Matheny that I was doing shows with for a minute, like I guess I was really frustrated with him because I kept bringing up all this stuff like I mean I literally told him Biden was gonna be the Democrat nominee before he became the Democrat nominee. I said Kamala Harris would be his vice president, would be his VP, and I said, and I even told him the reason why I thought that was gonna happen. And I said this in August, early August. I said the reason why I think this is gonna happen is that they wanna I said I think they'll make the election close, and then basically they'll cry, but it'd be so ridiculous, because you'll know that there's no like you wouldn't think no one would vote for them. Like they just seem like the worst candidates the Democrats could find. Kamala Harris, locking up all these black people and things like that, and innocent ones, right? And not even being a natural born citizen. So she shouldn't even be in any kind of presidential office capacity. Not only that, I mean, you talk about all the BLM stuff, Black Lives Matter stuff going on, and here you got a woman that was gelling black men that were innocent. It's like, yeah, like did that make a lot of sense? And then Biden had like some racist comments, and it's and plus he's you can tell that the guy just seems mentally incompetent. I mean, not only corrupt, but he seems kind of mentally incompetent, right? Everyone makes fun of him. Even I heard Democrats make fun of him. So it's like, here's like the probably the two worst people you could have possibly run. And to be honest, I thought that Donald Trump was still going to win. I thought that's why they were running, but I thought what they were going to do was have like some distraction like that was going to be like their next Russian collusion kind of thing. So the only thing I got wrong was instead was I knew they were going to like fix the election. I thought Trump would probably wind up winning after they fixed it, but I thought they would like maybe just keep going on and on about that for years. But what I think is actually happening is like they just want to like I don't know, kind of leave that whole door wide open and that whole discussion wide open and use that as a distraction hopium, because some people still have hope in Trump, like, oh, Trump will win all this stuff and Trump would come back. And I mean, here in America, the Americans are real delusional. They really think Trump is going to come back and save them. I mean, this is the guy who signed the emergency declarations. He kept renewing them. Like, and had he not renewed it, I mean, I just want to show you that Trump administration renews COVID-19 public health emergency declaration, and so you have to renew this like every 90 days, I believe. So by him renewing it, guess what? Oh, also, by the way, Trump did sign the whole warp speed thing, right? It's like that was Trump's doing. The warp speed, the injection, and gave him all that money to create it, right? Well, it was already created. He just kind of funded him the money to get it, to make it, to put it out to everybody. But no one would have to have this whole worry about being forced to be vaccinated, but you wouldn't have to worry about that. Because if Trump didn't renew this would go away, because the only reason why the injection exists is because it needs emergency use authorization. But emergency use authorization only exists if there's a national emergency declaration going on. And Trump renewed it, so now you get to get your shot, but then these people at these rallies keep praising Trump and keep saying he's the greatest president, But all he had to do, and they go, oh, he worked so hard for us. No, all he had to do was just not even show up. He actually worked harder to mess you over by showing up for work. Had the guy not showed up for work that month, this goes away. And I mean, and he also renewed it in July 25th, I believe. So, and that's Trump administration. That's not Biden administration. That's not Democrats. That says Trump administration. And that's why I got so frustrated with, Mark Matheny. I was like, dude, well, he needs to end this. Like, people should be at his rallies telling him to not renew it. I mean, I said, why aren't you telling it? Why aren't you doing this? Why are you just sitting there praising him? And so that's why I started losing friends, because I mean, that was frustrating to me, because it's like, dude, this guy renewing this is why now it's like my kids can't go to school because my kids don't want to wear a mask. I'm not going to make them. And I think it's stupid. I wouldn't let them anyway. So I keep them at home and homeschool them. But it's kind of creating some issues, because they really do need school, but they don't need school if it's going to be like that. That's going to mess them up. I mean, I want them to go to school, to learn how to socialize, and my youngest one, he just really he seems like he really would love school. I mean, me as a kid, I hated it. I would never go to school if I had that option. And that's how my oldest son is. It's like he hates school, and I don't blame him. But my youngest one would like to go, but I'm not letting him go if he's got to wear a mask. It's like he's got teeth issues anyway, and that's just going to make him worse. And Ace True says, yes, climate lockdowns were just talked about on Tucker Carlson from documents in 2014 or similar, and now the elites are talking about it as, oh yeah, that whole video of Poppy, yeah, that's right. Yeah, and Ace True says, yep, the key is to have the selections as close to dead even as possible. And they had to be rigged so that we would have the mindset to be divided. Yeah, dude, I tell you what, man, when I just play that gave me chills. Like, I mean, gosh. Yeah, what kind of magic does this little, this mask that we have brings us, it's because it is magic. It's like, oh, you're protected, but yeah, I mean, even the mindset behind it, it's like, it's kind of like it kind of encapsulates it, right? Um, because like people do act like that mask is like some kind of like divine saving thing, and it's like, dude, that thing's got huge holes in it, huge microscopic holes that virus flies through. In fact, there's like some kids got this mask. Parents had their kids' face mask analyzed. Um, kids' face mask analyzed. Yeah, see, they sent their children's kids' face masks to a lab for analysis. And so let me see here. Let's see. Meanwhile, we on Team Reality have not only continued to point out real world data that shows masking to be entirely ineffective, we also maintain that forced public masking, especially long term, has a negative social, societal, and even health ramifications. It only stands to reason that one of those health ramifications would be the fact that millions of people, particularly children, have been forced to wear and carry around pieces of cloth they continually breathe through for hours on end. What lurking pathogens might be found in these disgusting contraptions being incessantly handled? stuck in pockets and mindlessly tossed on books, tables, and desks. But one group of Florida parents sent a batch of masks worn by their children to a lab to find out. And yeah, you'll probably need to make sure you aren't eating dinner anytime soon before you digest these results. So the analysis detected the following 11 alarmingly dangerous pathogens on the mask. Streptococcus, pneumonia. So see, what are we afraid of with COVID-19? Isn't that what we're afraid of? Pneumonia, right? I mean, that's and so now you got these face masks that have these bacteria on it, and you're being forced to wear it. Mycobacterium tuberculosis, meningitis, sepsis. So that's another condition of COVID, right? Right here is two conditions of COVID, and you're being made to wear a mask that has these bacteria that can give you the same exact conditions. Keratitis and granulomatous amoebic encephalo. I can say that word, but I can't say it right now. Encephalitis, pneumonia, bloodstream infections, meningitis, UTIs, irritable, isn't that urinary tract infections, resistant to antibiotics, food poisoning, I'll just read what it causes. I can't pronounce a lot of these. Causes Lyme disease, diphtheria, Legionnaire's disease, staphylococcus, severe infections, high morbidity rates. Look at that. So this was on the kids' face masks that they're being forced to wear. I mean, and you're not even told how to wear these. It's just like slap it on your face, right? They say half the masks were contaminated with one or more strains of pneumonia-causing bacteria. 1/3 were contaminated with or more strains of meningitis-causing bacteria. See, the odd thing is, anyone who I know who claims to have gotten COVID, they were also what? Wearing masks. All my friends and me who didn't wear masks, I don't know of anyone. Well, I do know 2 people that said that they were they got tested positive, but I don't know anyone who wasn't wearing masks that had like severe symptoms. But all these other people, man, it's like, and here's another thing. The people who got this experimental injection in the first place, did you ever think about how, do you think it's someone like me that goes and says, hey, I'll volunteer, I'll get this experimental injection? Do you think someone like me, or do you think it's more the type, someone with a mental outlook where it's like, oh, we should wear a mask, and oh, there's a vaccine, I'll volunteer. I'll volunteer to try it. Like those are the people that are going to try it, right? And so if these people are like doing all this like social distancing and masking even after getting this supposed vaccine, how in the heck did they get COVID? And I mean, like, because that's how they say that they test, to see if these people if it works or not. And I'm just like, well, I'm kind of confused with how these people got COVID if they're doing all these things anyway. If they're those types of people, and I don't know, like that kind of never made sense to me. It's like, but anyway, I'll go check on brand new tube real quick. Man, the chat's slow. I did a test video. You know what I think it is? I think it's time. I think I gotta do these. I think I need to do like I'm gonna probably have to wind up doing 12 o'clock live streams. But oh, you know what? I don't think I read this comment. Anyway, Eighth Cruising says Illuminati use conflict is the way forward. The old must be destroyed to bring in the old. Trump was chosen and targeted purposely, and he responded perfectly to the scare to scare the liberals via MSM. MSM only showed the liberals version that hit their raw nerves and scared them. We only saw the clips and the side of him saying what we wanted to hear. Yep, Trump's FEMA federal state of emergency declaration equals funded the entire scandemic. Yep. Yeah, it goes squarely on Trump. Says July 9th, cyber polygon by the World Economic Forum, cyber pandemic event. Klaus Schwab has stated it will make the COVID outbreak and pandemic look nothing like, and it will will make the COVID outbreak and pandemic look like nothing, and will cripple and shut down all utilities, banks, banking, electricity, shipping, supplies, internet, communication, food, and water. The only reason they are letting us talk about the Wuhan lab theory now is because they are about ready to whiplash us. Equals we are going to be a nation of Stockholm syndrome and depend on the abuser now. Okay, you know, one thing I want to talk about that too is okay, you know, Reuters Reuters newspaper on June 26, 2020, said that they found traces of coronavirus found in the March 2019 sewage sample, Spanish study shows. So see, they took a sewage sample in 2019, and some scientists said, hey, you know, I know we got this sample running around. Let's see if we can find COVID in it and see if COVID has been around longer than we thought, you know, because they're trying to find the beginnings of it, right? Why doesn't anyone talk about this sewage sample that had COVID found in it? And that was from 2019. So see, this COVID's been going around the whole world at least since March of 2019. It's probably got to be earlier than that. Because for it to show up in a random sewage sample, it's not like the sewage of the entire country. It's of a small little area, probably a small little sample, and they happen to find coronavirus in it. That must mean there's a lot of coronavirus going around, right? Or else this genetic sequence China gave them is similar to like a lot of other genetic sequences. It made it's kind of easy to find COVID in every single thing because the genetic sequence has the same, maybe a lot of the same properties of a lot of other things, you know. But anyway, so you know, Eighth Truth Seeking brings up the Wuhan lab theory, which our American media, you know, both conservative and you know liberal, but especially conservative media, has really been like, oh yeah, you know, the Wuhan lab escaped from the lab. China knew it's China's virus, and it's like, but they're never talking about how this was found in March of 2019. So can you guys who are promoting this answer that? And see, I know like my local people don't want to answer questions like that, like Tony Katz, you know, one of our local health people, which I will corner eventually. Man, I really need time. This is why I need, you know, I need donations so I can quit my job, and I'll set something up. I know that's partly my fault. That's not other people's fault. I haven't, you know, I've never set up a way for people to donate me. But you know, my show kept getting banned, so I never bothered, you know, so maybe things could change now that I'm on brand new YouTube. I got a place where people can find me every week. But yeah, you know, I'd like to go and challenge these people, you know, when I hear this, because I actually do run into them. I can't corner them, but you know, I gotta have time, you know, I gotta have, you know, that way I got everything laid out. I got them so nicely cornered they can't escape, and then make them answer this stuff. Like okay, you're going to talk about this whole thing, Mr. Katz, on your radio show every day almost, but what answer this? But no, you're just going to delete me from Twitter. You know, you're going to block me off your Twitter account when I ask you it. You're going to block me on Facebook when I ask you about it. But you know, I want to corner these people. And, you know, make them answer this stuff. I mean, I know enough people, you know, where like I know politicians, and stuff like that locally. I need this is why I just need time, which means that's going to be the biggest reason why I ask for donations. I want to quit this anyway. Well, I want to quit my job so I can do this full time and actually give people a good show. And even if you don't like the fact that I talk about the Vatican and things like that being running this whole new world order, I still guarantee you, dude, even if you're like the biggest like Jew hater in the world, or the person that's like, oh man, Jews run the world. Oh, which I don't believe at all. I believe it's the Vatican, but and actually, like my whole family, my ancestors who first came over to America, like that's why they came over to America, and we fought in those wars, and we knew who we were fighting. Who we were really fighting. We knew we weren't just fighting like the British government, and we knew like we weren't just fighting the South. We knew that the Vatican had a hand in it. You got a lot of stupid Americans nowadays that just kind of forgot history. Their parents ignored history. They started going to all these churches that they didn't know were ran by Jesuits, Catholics, but they disguise themselves as Protestants and then try to teach you that like, oh, this is the truth and this is history and this is how things are going. And it's like, no, I mean, I got these old books here, which I'll show on shows whenever people want me to do that. But I will show you that. Sorry, I had to fix my mic. I didn't know it was kind of falling apart here. But like I'll show you like old books, that are from the 1800s. It's like, well, here they're saying, the Vatican's involved in all this. Where's your source from that same time period where it's like, oh no, you're wrong, and you're arguing with the author of this book? And you know what I can't find? I can't find any. I can't find anyone that's trying to be like, oh yeah, they're all 10 of the co-conspirators behind the assassination of Abraham Lincoln. They weren't all Catholic. There's no one arguing against it. It was fact. It was proven in court. Brigadier General wrote a book saying that there was so much evidence you could convict the Pope behind the assassination of Abraham Lincoln. It's in the book Rome's Responsibility for the Assassination of Abraham Lincoln by Thomas Harris. So anyway, I mean, that's kind of what's really going on in America, the road control. And I kind of got sidetracked, kind of forgot what my original point was. I'm really sorry. Oh yeah, by the way, I'll throw this link out one more time into the chat. I was trying to get some people on, but man, I guess like it doesn't really work when you're trying to get people to come on the show at 11 o'clock at night randomly. My bad. But I was gonna try to get maybe a few people have like just have like a casual discussion, like, hey, what news you got, man? It's like, or what's going on with you? What do you think about this? But these shows get better. Like I said, it's like I'm new. I'm really bad at like posting them. But anyway, I threw the link out into the chat again. If anyone wants to come on, it's like it's just casual, man. It's just this is a random live stream. You just click that link. You can come on the show. Like I said, you don't have to show your face. You can just be audio. Works on the cell phone, and it's kind of like I do want eventually to have a actual telephone line, but that costs a little money. So wait until those donations get there. But anyway, A. Trusick says, we are in a world of adult children addicted to instant gratification and lulled into government works for us, normalcy bias, planned and designed, fattening us up, dumbing us down, no critical thinking. Freedom as a construct of the heart and mind. That is what the battle is about. They must vanquish it from the conscious thought process of the largest group of people that have freedom, ideal, dangerous. Adrian says, I'll try to come on another time. I get wound up better have hours. Well, I know a lot of people, man. That like the things you say. I know Truth Freeze. She's said some good comments. I think I know other people have talked to, man, like really like your comments. That's why you know, I'd be cool with having you on the show. Um, so yeah, and I don't mind you getting my, but I mean, but my shows, I will like just cut them off, man. Like, cause it's like I know how it can get, man, where it's like everyone just gets too one. I don't know, maybe what I could do though is like, cause I know, sometimes I'll have someone like Truth Freeze on, and she'll go on for hours, and maybe I could just have you guys just keep talking. I go manage my kids and just leave the show running while I go up there, and um, maybe I could give you guys my telephone number. And if you guys need to end the stream or something or have an issue, you can just text message me. I come back down, and fix everything or fix whatever problems going on and just run a show like that. I don't know. Um, but let's see here. What other things do I have to show? I probably see here. I know there's this. Let's see on my. I will say one thing, by the way. Anyone, I know there's a lot of people that are investing in crypto, and I'm not going to talk about crypto much because it's the Sabbath. But I do want to bring up, man. I know this is way off topic, but I don't want to see people get wrecked. I know there's a lot of people that's like all hodl your crypto and everything's going to like 100K but um but the best guy to listen to, in my opinion, is this guy right here, because he called out the Bitcoin crash before it happened. He called it back in April 9th. I think it was April 9th. Because I was like a new guy, man. And oops, sorry, man. I didn't mean the language. That's the one thing though that's kind of that hurts his channel. Probably the language. So sorry about that, man. I try to keep my show very PG. Very sorry about that, man, because it's like I know, like me personally, I'm real busy. And I know that's part of the reason why I don't listen to his show too much, because or unless I'm like in a car, and I got, I'm driving a long place, driving a while to get someplace, which is like every day. But because that's part of my job. But anyway, um, yeah, because I've realized people are busy, and if you got kids and you're working 50 to 60 hours a week, you might want to educate yourself, right? And then it's like but you don't want f bombs, around. Like you can play something like a history video or something, or have that going on in the background so you can hear that and then play with your kids at the same time. But if someone's dropping f bombs and you're trying to tell your kids not to cuss and not to watch YouTube videos that cuss, and then here you are cussing it, you look like a hypocrite, right? Um, but as far as like, man, like just knowing what he knows about crypto, like there's no one that probably called this out more than him. Because I got my money out, and right before it really crashed. The first major dip on April 23rd, man, I got my money out, man, and that dude saved me a lot of money because I kept it out, and you just see what the market's done. I would have been wrecked. So that's just a quick little thing, man. I'm not gonna dwell on that too much, but Ryan Matta, he's definitely like really, he's like the truther of like the top truther of crypto, even though he's not, like, he calls himself dumb money, talks about all the stupid stuff he did, that got him wrecked. But like but the interesting thing to me about the whole about what he did was it's like all these people tell you, Bitcoin to like 100K, and they're getting you wrecked because what are you doing? You're investing in it, right? Well, one thing I found out from this other guy, he was like a new investor into crypto. His name was like Aaron Mamudiak, and now I think he changed his channel's name to the uh, Cowboys of Crypto. And he's like a real new guy. And he said he just got like 1,000 subscribers. He said suddenly he had people trying to give him crypto to promote their crypto. And he said, well, I don't want crypto. I'd like to just interview you and you can keep the crypto. But then they didn't want to let him interview him. And he's like, so you could only imagine what a guy like BitBoy and all these other bigger channels, what they get offered. So now when you think about that and these guys are telling you that, because I just don't want to see people get wrecked. Just keep that in mind about like when these guys are telling you, oh, the market's going to be bullish again and all this other stuff. Just keep that in the back of your mind. I don't want to see you get wrecked, but know that these guys are getting handed crypto for free. And do you think a crypto company, if you're saying, oh, the market's going to crash, that they're going to give you crypto to promote? No. You better tell them, you better be telling the people everything's going to go up to the moon, hodl, buy. Right now is the greatest time to buy. Because if you're telling them something else, if I'm a crypto company, I'm probably not going to give you crypto unless I'm a real honest company. But I don't know how many really are. I actually think a lot of them are part of the New World Order. To be honest with you, they say, oh, decentralization and freedom. I really don't know how many of these people are actually uh, really for freedom and decentralization, to be honest. And actually, I think they're kind of coming up with something to have a decentralized way of controlling you. But I'll kind of talk about that on another show. Um, but I really think they're gearing up with like this stuff like ICP, Internet Computer, what is it, protocol? Yeah, Internet Computer Protocol. Like I think they're really gearing up to try to control you through a decentralized manner. Um, but what times and days do I have planned? Well, I think I'm going to try to do a show next Friday, New York time or Eastern Standard Time, um, probably around 9 p.m. And I might do a show. See, I still haven't decided whether I want to do it like on Saturday during the day because I think the people over on Brand New Tube, I get like almost 500 to like 1,000 people sometimes, like watching or listening to a show, and that's just off of a test video, right? But as you notice now, like I don't have no one hardly on there, and it's like, well, part of that is that I think it's the time. I think everyone there is asleep, or most people are asleep. So, um, yeah, I don't really know what to talk about. Everyone got some topics they want to throw out there, but Ace True Thinking says I sold everything except XRP about a week or so ago, expecting Bitcoin to go up to 20 or go down to 20K. And then at some point they are going to crush it to zero as part of the own nothing strategy. You know what? This one really good trader, he did say if it ever went to 18, it wouldn't just stop at 18; it would go down to 200. So that's pretty close. I mean, that's this guy named Kite Crypto, and that's the guy who Ryan Matta says is the best trader in the game, and that's big praise because I think Ryan Matta is like the best in crypto, but he says Kite is like way better. And so I mean, so what you're saying is might be right on, because to be honest, it looks like it's heading that way. And man, I mean, yeah, it's sure not the retail investors making money. Uh, yeah, okay, this is the forming of the beast system that's been talked about for years. Make sure you're stocked up on food, water, fuel, etc. It's coming fast. Yeah, um, especially water. I mean, I never thought I'd say that, but yeah, yeah, it does seem like a drought's coming. I'm just kind of looking at some of the stuff on Ingood's page because this is a guy I do plan on having on my shows. I tell you, man, some of the stuff he's talked about like recently. I think it's this. Yeah, he's been doing like a series of reading through this book, but some of his commentary is just really awesome as he's reading through that. Um, oh, I know what to play, man. Eric77 had some really good stuff. I'm subscribed on my other 11 channels, but I was okay. Oh, like these two are both interesting. Sorry, man. I don't know why that froze. My screen froze. Oh, something's happening. Oh no. And see, you notice that's the Pontifical Council for Culture, like pushing this. So so I'm supposed to trust all my Republican Catholic politicians, yet your church is pushing censorship, and I'm supposed to trust you. It's like, why? I mean, like, why are you belonging to that church? Why are you part of this party? Shouldn't you be part of the Democrat Party? Why are you part of this party? And see, you start to see like why, you know, the Republican Party starts to look just like the Democrat Party. Well, I mean, these people are always going to take and bend to probably what their church believes in. I mean, most people will choose when it comes down to like their country or their religion. They're going to choose their religion, right? And so, why are you still wrapped up in a religion where it's pushing all these things like it's like gay rights and like gay adoption. That started from the Vatican. That was your what's his name, Luciani, Pope Innocent, that did that. Or no, not Pope Innocent, Pope. Gosh, man, I think it was like Pope, the Smiling Pope or something like that. Man, what's his name? That's who it is. Yeah, Albino Luciani. That's who started that whole oh yeah, they men should be able to gay men should be able to raise children, and advocated for that. That's how this whole thing even started to become a thing, because he pushed for it. And a lot of people don't seem to know that. So it's like, a lot of your evils, come from the Roman Catholic Church. It's like your open borders. It's like, well, it's not a bunch of Jews in Mexico. That's 90% Catholic, and all those other countries south of the American border, they're 90% or more Catholic. It's like, and they're all fleeing to a Protestant country. I mean, I like to bring that up. It's like, what Protestants are fleeing to Catholic countries because the Protestant country's so messed up. It's like you don't see that happening. You don't see a bunch of Jews fleeing to Catholic countries. It's like like you want to go to Yugoslavia and be part of the Ustashi. It's like, yeah, I don't even know if people even know who the Ustashi is. That's what's really sad. It's like, man, people don't really know your history. Another thing is, what is that video that she was claiming? She says some. Okay, so this is probably like an old video that my friend found. So I'm guessing this was. I bet this was probably made. Well, no, because they're talking because of the facts because the injection's already existing. So maybe this is new. So what would be the most popular YouTube anti-vax video? Because all my videos, my goodness, I read from a dictionary and I get banned, right? I mean, that's just reading the dictionary definition for a vaccine, and I get banned. Um, the thing about Poppy, I'll just say this real quick. But anyway, the thing about Poppy is that a lot of people didn't know, like, when she was like claiming to be like Illuminati, if it was just some kind of joke at first, and maybe it was, but whatever it is, it's like there's something to it. But oh man, what was I even thinking about showing? Oh yeah, most, I mean, anti-vax video. Um, Maybe it's a pandemic. Is that one still on here? Okay, so they allow these people to talk about it, right? I mean, or unless they're just bashing them. But it's like I wasn't even allowed to talk about it. Like, I mean, when all those people were saying, oh, if you take the jab, that's the mark of the beast. I actually was making videos because I think what they do is, there's always like these disinfo agents there, they're out there pushing disinfo and pushing theories, and they want people to believe in them. That way it discredits, legitimate people like me that are trying to be honest about things, and just trying to be real about things and trying to just figure out what the truth actually is. I mean, that's all I was trying to do. And I was like, and I made a video talking about how I didn't think it was the mark of the beast, right? And YouTube banned that video. And it's like, but I'm just trying to, like, I'm actually trying to, if you looked at the video the proper way, I wasn't really being anti-vax. Like, that should have been something. And I think so you're kind of scaring people, man. Because here I am, I'm making a video and you're banning it. And it's like, it seems like you're oversensitive. Why are you oversensitive? Are you really trying to cover things up you don't even want to discuss? Because I said, it's not the mark of the beast. I said, what are you going to do? Tell my aunt she's going to hell? She got the thing. Are you going to tell this kid that, it lives in Africa or something, that has no idea about medicine? Someone's just telling him, hey, this is a vaccine, and he doesn't have, well, if he doesn't even have internet, he gets the vaccine. Oh, ha ha, you got the mark of the beast. You're just going to hell. It's like, how does he know? And I said, it kind of reminds me of like a Gnostic teaching, only those with knowledge can can be saved. If you don't have the knowledge that this is the mark of the beast, well, and you got it, well, you're going to hell. I said, does this even sound right? And I see these people promoting that, and saying it is, and saying like, this injection's horrible, and I was at the time I was just trying to be real about it. I was like, well, I don't think it's a good. My whole thinking has always been, I don't trust it. It was created in 2 days by a company that never brought anything to market. Um, I said it looks real scammy to me. The whole thing looks scammy to me. But I mean, I was at least like, when it came to something like someone calling it the mark of the beast, I was calling that kind of stuff out. Now, I think personally, I think what they're doing is they're conditioning you for something like it, prepping you for something like it, because, you get used to being told, hey, you got to wear a mask, and you get everyone to go along with it. Well, what else can you make them do? Well, hey, get this experimental injection. Anyone in their right mind, if they really thought about it, would be like, well, wait a minute. This thing was created in 2 days and it's safe. And well, how come you never used this technology before? It's like, if it's so safe, right? Because they make it sound like this is safer than like a normal vaccine, but and then they call it a vaccine. It's not, man. But anyway, didn't mean to ramble too much. Oh no, okay, never mind. I thought someone was in the thought someone had actually tried to join. Okay, cool. I'd feel bad, man, if I just had someone sitting backstage, waiting to get on. Anyway, Interesting says yes, 99% while literal 10,000 different cryptocurrencies will disappear at some point due to regulation laws that will be global. Yeah, and see, that's why I try to tell my wife. She's done really good in crypto. Um, and I'm trying to tell her, keep your money out, man, because I'm afraid she's going to get wrecked, man, going into that market. Because I mean, I think hodling might have been good, when that's the whole thing. People buy these cryptos, but they bought them in the bear market and they held on to them, and the market just got real bullish. But now that it's getting bearish, it's almost kind of coming down to those prices it was before this market even took off. So I'm just sitting there like, is it really like, is that really safe? And you never know, man. It's like like these crypto companies, they could come out with a better crypto, a better blockchain, a better technology, and it's like, it might not even be blockchain. It could be something else. And you drop thousands of dollars into something that you're hoping 4 years later, you may double, triple your money. I mean, man, if I'm dropping that, I gotta wait that long. I better at least like, my money better be worth 20 times the amount it is, right now, if I gotta wait 5 years, it better be something that you can guarantee. Because I can tell you what, man, you can take that same money, invest it. Shoot, I just straight leverage trade myself, man. Now I know how to do it, even though I wrecked myself pretty bad learning how to do it. I actually wrecked myself about, I'd say $2,000, which is a lot of money for me. I don't know how much money that is for other people, but that's a heck of a lot for me. And I lost $2,000, leverage trading because I didn't understand how to do it and kept doing 5x leveraging. But I understand how it works now. Now that I got about $200 left. But yeah, I wouldn't invest money long term into crypto. I just, unless there's something about it, for sure, you researched it. But most of these tokens, like, they don't even have like a use case, right? Like, you get something like Kasuma, and you're like, oh, this is a really great product, but you don't even need that token to use that product. You can have these like companies like give Kasuma cash and all this other stuff and use their technology. They don't even need that token. So what's that token? That token's like me. I don't know, being a DJ and like, oh, I'm gonna have my own token. And everyone's like, dude, that dude's like the best DJ, man. And but you don't need that token, has no purpose whatsoever. Yeah, I might be the best, but dude, if you spend like $1 million on that, or $100 or $10, I think you're crazy, because it's like, dude, like, no matter how much I would make DJing or how great I would be, that token cannot possibly be worth anything. Like, it has, like, I get booked, I'll get my money anyway. I don't need that token. I don't need anything. You don't get nothing by holding it. And that's how like a lot of those cryptos are. It's like there's no use case for it. So I think it's really crazy. People buy that stuff, man, and hold on to it. But anyway, I don't want to like lose people and talk about that too much, because I know not everyone's into that. But True Thinking says, I think it was Janet Yellen or one of the other WEF heads, that's World Economic Forum heads, that said for the CBDCs that they are looking for a green light this summer. Think what a green light is for them versus us. Bad, bad, bad. They have done these great resets many times throughout history. The inversion of the divine feminine, CNN, and divine masculine, Rome burned while Nero played a harp, equals feminine elevated to destroy. Yeah, and that, man, there was something that happened recently, man, because it was really weird that it was like female. One thing is, okay, we got like Kamala Harris as the vice president, But don't you think it's kind of odd that they got like that Sophia robot android? They chose like they didn't choose a male, they chose a female to be it. And ever hear some of the creepy things that thing says sometimes. I can't think of it off the top of my head, but I'm like, they talk about like like trying to develop it as an artificial intelligence. It's really weird that they just picked to give it a female form. And I always wonder if that there's some kind of deeper thing going on, than just we're just picking a female for the heck of it. I think there's definitely like some kind of like spiritual connotation with that, but Eighth Truth Seeking says by 2025, if you don't have your own websites and servers, you will have to have a permit license in order to speak online in any form or platform. Yeah, I mean, it's already kind of like that, man. If you're not like one of the boys, they kind of keep you down, man. I'm really even shocked that brand new tube exists and that they just let me talk like this on it. I'm like, wow. I know people say Rumble and things like that, but brand new tube's the only one I know that you can live stream from. And I will be getting like some. I think I'll be able to get some bigger names on it, and I think it's kind of good that very few people know you can stream live from it now. But anyway, Eighth True Seeking says, "What will happen to crypto prices when stocks crash? They crash." Oh yeah, that's true too, and I think that's it. Isn't the stock market kind of like due for a crash? I'm gonna go back to this because there's one other video I want to play, but stock market. Well, right here you can see, like in this article right here from Forbes, the Buffett indicator, a simple ratio that compares market capitalization of U.S. stock market to the annual GDP, has also warned of an impending stock market crash. I mean, you got some other people saying you don't have to worry about 3 reasons not to worry about a stock market crash. But the thing is, it's really weird that this is in May, impending stock market crash. And what does it look like the crypto market's going to do? And we know that the stock market, the same way the crypto market's been inflated, so has the stock market been inflated because people are trying to hedge against the inflation. So what are they doing? They're trying to invest. So they're investing in stocks, and it's caused the stock prices to go up due to these like extra checks people are getting from stimulus and things like that. And the stock market's getting pumped up into it. And I don't know if the stock market's been correcting. I mean, does anyone know much? I don't know much about the stock market, but has it been correcting the same way the crypto market has been? Where you see Bitcoin crash and the whole market crashes with it and corrects, and it's like it's almost like they're trying to figure out what's the real value of these cryptos at every time they try to crash it. But see, I don't think there's anything like that in the stock market or is there? Where you got one stock, and whenever that one stock crashes, all the other stocks move the same way. Because if you notice, Bitcoin, every single time that thing takes like drops by $2,000 or $3,000, you'll watch all the other altcoins just like they go down with it. It's not like it's almost like they're all connected and they're dependent on Bitcoin. Like you don't see none of them going up, to like the prices they used to be, except for maybe Quant. But I need to check in on brand new too. And I'm like wondering why I don't even see anyone. It's really weird. I don't see any new comments over there. Just Bobby. Well, I'm seeing like these comments. Some of these people are really mad at me about like, I've been getting like at least this one's not bad, man. I mean, but I've been getting a lot of them like, oh, it's like the Jews run it all. And it's like, no, man, dude. Now, I really would think one of these times I'm going to get someone to debate me on here. Maybe like it can have like a 2-on-2 because I kind of need like a little help, man. I work too much, man. And just oh, I never did read this one. A truth seeking says, "What will happen to crypto if some war starts?" God, man, I don't know, man. Cyber pandemic might tank it, and then it will boom after a few weeks, but no one has internet access. Right now, none of the cryptos have actual use. All speculation and motion. Yep, exactly. In 5 years, it will be used, and the boom will be over all at the same time. Biden and Kamala is the equivalent of Nero. They are soft. They are the soft fills when the opposite is so badly needed. Warren Buffett has sold a ton, but now has his own company. But now his own company is buying back their own stock. That son that no one else will. Even Gates sold everything and bought one stock and farmland. Stock market is a house of cards, more complex, but when Federal Reserve raises interest rates even 1%, the market will crash like never before. You know what? And that's what will also crash the crypto market. And yeah, actually, them even just saying it's gonna, like in 3 years they're gonna do it. It had some effect on it. I wonder why. I'm like, really? Is this all the people that are like? I'm just gonna check something. I'm still kind of new to this site. Okay, as you can see, I'm like the only person streaming. But now I got 65 views. I don't know why. Why do I got 35 and then 65? I wonder how that works. Or I'm just making sure this is even working, man. I'm just gonna click this real quick because that to me seems weird. Okay, so that's working. Now, why aren't I seeing these chats though? That's kind of, man. See why I got that many people viewing and no one chat. Maybe that not that many people's actually got an account on brand new YouTube. So maybe that's part of the problem. But anyway, I appreciate you all watching, man. See that's what I mean about like, people tell me, oh, I'm not going to support you if you go to brand new YouTube and things like that. And it's like, I'm sorry, man. Like I mean, there's some people, man, that's pretty hungry for truth over there, and like 65 views, like I'm like a nobody. They don't even know who I am over there, and they're already giving me 65 views. Just think when I actually start having guests and shows and schedules, and I mean this is just me randomly, a guy they don't even know. They're just checking me out. 65 views. And that's way more than what I can get on YouTube after all those bannings I've had. And Truth Seeking says, whoever it is that is behind it, they are pretty much aligned and coordinated around corporate technocracy. I want to play one more video. Thought this one was pretty interesting. I just, Pontifical Council for Culture. No one thinks the Vatican's behind this, and I just want to show people one more thing that might not be familiar with my channel. And Council for Inclusive Capitalism, right? I mean, look at this with the Vatican. See, they got, but he like no one thinks like there's something like, oh, the Vatican, they're nothing, and it's I'm like, are you kidding me? This dude meets with every time like a president or something gets elected, they meet with them, right? And they all bow to the Pope. Tell me this guy's nothing. And I mean, right there, you had Chelsea Clinton talking about with these same people, about your speech and wanting to control it. Yeah, yeah, people. I mean, you hear that? Like, oh yeah, oh no, the Vatican doesn't have nothing to do with it. It's like, are you like really? I mean, really? That's, like, like that. That's just man. Oh, social justice. Hear that? Huh. See, and that backs up what I read from oh, that one book, Rules for Radicals. Is that it? I get those two confused, man, with like Saul Alinsky and that other guy, Zach Exley's book. Because the one's like Rules for Radicals and Rules for Revolutionaries or something like that. Or I can't remember the title. Like those two books got a similar title, but Zach Exley was influenced by Saul Alinsky, and even he said that Saul Alinsky worked with the Catholic churches to push this social justice stuff. Um, that's where all this is. All this kind of stuff is coming from. It's coming from the Roman Catholic Church. They're the ones pushing everything from the vaccine to the social justice thing. Well, I mean, the experimental injection to the social justice thing. Um, all of it. It's all tied back to them. Your whole gay rights agenda, like I showed you, tied back to that Luciani, Albino Luciani. I think it's called, like I said, I think he was like also nicknamed the Smiling Pope. That's the guy who pushed gay adoption, adoption for homosexuals. I shouldn't even say gay, homosexuals, um, or perverts. I mean, that would probably be the better word. Um, I just think there's like no reason in the world two men should be raising any kids or at all. Women, I'll be honest, women, I could probably let that one slide, but two dudes, there is no way on earth that should slide for a second, man. Um, I don't even think two women, man, to be honest, but definitely not two men, dude. Like any dude that is a dude should know how wrong that is, man. It's like no, no, no. So I'll play the rest of this. Okay, so I thought that was pretty interesting. Well, Eric77's got a great channel. I do plan on having him on a show at some point. Um, Man, like, I mean, that's one dude, man, that he was like probably the first YouTuber that made me not feel crazy. And I think I did videos before him. Yeah, I did videos before him, and then he found my videos, and then it's like, man, he took his research to a whole nother level. I think I probably influenced him, but then, man, it's like, dude, this guy's a machine, man, when it comes to like learning and researching this. Um, I probably understand just a touch of some of the political maneuverings that are going on in America because he is Canadian. And so I probably kind of can see like the certain things and how those things are shaping up just because I live here. Or, I understand American culture better. I understand what the political parties are actually like. It's not secondhand knowledge. Like I actually been to some of these meetings and stuff, and I actually know these people, and I know what they are for like 100%. And I've had them like try to walk away from me, and when I try to confront them, and but other than that, man, I mean, like, man, Eric, I would say he's one of the top researchers in the entire world. Um, it's a shame that this dude didn't even work at a job, man. He should be doing this full time. I think he's still going to college and he's like working a job and then he's doing these videos in his spare time. See, like the see these residential schools are operated by the Catholic Church. Look at this, 751 unmarked graves. And this is happens and this is happening in Canada. So 751 unmarked graves. This is children. And I mean, I'm not gonna play this whole video. I mean, it's 9 minutes long. I mean, just go to Eric's channel, Eric777's channel. But anyway, I'm gonna post this. I'll give people one more chance over on brand YouTube because for some reason, um, I don't know why these chat comments aren't posting out. But hey, anyone that's over there, if you want to come on the show, all you got to do is click that StreamYard link that I just posted. You can have your face shown, or it doesn't have to be shown. You can do it with a cell phone. You can do it with a desktop computer as long as you got a microphone or a laptop. Come on the show, say whatever you want to say. Well, not whatever, you don't cuss and things like that. But I mean, you got something you want to discuss. I mean, I'm open to it. Just kind of be cool about it. Um, but anyway, so I just want to kind of show that. But it's so these schools, children's schools operated by the Catholic Church, got 751 unmarked graves, and this isn't the only one. This is just one. It's several. Probably every single school I've heard these stories for over almost 15 years. I've heard these stories ever since I started studying about the Vatican and started figuring out that they were running the world and running most of our government and running the elections and running most of the governments of all the world. You know, I mean, they run Canadians' government, they run America's government, media, they run most of Europe's. Um, pretty much run everything. I even think they control Israel. You know, um, I don't think Jews really control their own land. I don't think they like being. I don't think most of the Jews like being treated like they're in concentration camps again. I've I've heard them say like they feel like a lot of that though that COVID-19 stuff going on the restrictions and all that other stuff. It feels a bit like Nazi Germany to them. And who was running Nazi Germany? It was the Roman Catholic Church, right? I mean, I'm gonna bring up something, Vatican audience. They don't like, the Vatican really doesn't hide this stuff. This is just, I know new people new to this channel. They don't like, if you look at this is the inside, right? Uh, that pretty much looks like a snake, right? But see, even on the outside, what do you think that looks like? Does that look like the head of snake? Like, this isn't really hidden, It's like right in your face. The only people that deny it is when you get emotional. It's like the people that don't want to believe that, like COVID's a scam. It's like, dude, this is in your face, man. You should realize there's something wrong, But you get emotional. It's like, oh, my grandma, or my pastor, they're Roman Catholic and they're good. My priest, comes over and helps me out with blah 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 and done this for me and this for me. You get family members, got friends, but hey, you know what? It's the same with Protestants. I left my Protestant churches or so-called Protestant churches because I was like, you know what? I know what you really are, man. And you're not really as biblical as you think. Or else you would have spoke about this. It wouldn't have took me until I was like almost like, what was I, about 30 years old when I accidentally found all this myself. Because there was nobody on YouTube talking about this except for maybe Spiritually Smart, but I found him um after I'd already woke up to this, and I was trying to search for someone that was smarter than me because I was like, man, is this even real? Why isn't anyone else talking about this? And then you find out, man, like most of these people, man, have been like they try to silence you. They try to push you down in the algorithms. They try to, they never let you talk in the media about it. They'll never let someone like me whisper a word. I did one time on a radio show, and that radio show, I waited like 3 hours to call in, and I was trying to be as cool as possible, not to go overboard. But man, I started talking. I mean, I was like, talking about how, you know, and I was surprised because what it was the call screener was really cool, and he was like, "Wow, man, that sounds interesting." Because I started talking to him about, I said, I'd like to mention about the Vatican, and about how, it's really weird that 90% of the people south of the border are Roman Catholic, and yeah, we're having this immigration problem, and then what did most of those people vote for, And I said, you have the Pope going out to the border praising those people for breaking our laws. It's like what? I mean, if Donald Trump should have spoke against the Pope, shouldn't have said, I like the Pope, and should have never said things like that. And definitely shouldn't have bowed to him. For sure. Yeah, I think he bowed to him when he met him. It's like, why would you bow to this guy? I thought you won walls and stuff, and you were against all this illegal immigration. Or why didn't you call the Pope out for that? Instead, he hired nothing but Roman Catholics. You know, nothing. He wouldn't appoint, did not appoint a single Protestant. Interesting. It says, do you know if your computer has TPM and what version? It seems like another way anticipated of making more money, taking advantage of a crisis, going to be a rush to upgrade as soon. Um, yeah, page 8 of Rules for Radicals. It talks about I think it's if that's Zach Exley's book. I get those. You know, I'll look it up real quick. Zach. I think it's Zach X. Okay, Zach Exley. Spelled his name all wrong. Okay, so and that's with a K. Rules for Revolutionaries. Okay, so it's page 8 of Rules for Revolutionaries, where he's talking about Saul Alinsky, and Saul Alinsky is the one who wrote Rules for Radicals, and it's on page 8 where he's discussing how Saul Alinsky worked with the Catholic Church. And you know, so people are like, well, who's Zach Exley? Well, he's the guy who works with Open Society. Well, who's Open Society? That's one of George Soros's organizations, and that's how they're getting all these pushing all these social justice program or indoctrination into the churches. I can't remember what person actually pointed out to me that man, there was like someone that did really good. Oh, Pulpit in the Pen. A pen in the pulpit or something. Yeah, I'll put this link in the chat real quick because this is actually like a good article, man. Try to go put this one over here on. Well, I guess I feel sorry for people on this on brand YouTube. I guess you just can't click that as a link. If you put that into the search engine, you'll find that. But anyway, it basically Justice Democrats founder is the organizer of evangelical social justice movement. It's a long article worth the read, but you basically get the gist of how these movements are working to influence most of the churches in America. And I mean, this goes from any church you might even think is like a conservative church. This is going on in a lot of them in some way, whether directly or indirectly. Yeah, they had this blog called Revolution in Jesus Land. And I did see that site because I actually went back into the Wayback Machine and saw it one time. Okay, so anyway, on that site, it says first progressives will never achieve their goals as long as they are hostile and ignorant about the faith of 100 million of their own people who are born again Christians. Second, and we know how difficult this is to believe, there is an incredibly large and beautiful social movement exploding among evangelicals right now. That stands for nearly all the same causes and goals that secular progressives do. Those goals include eliminating poverty, saving the environment, promoting justice and equality, along with racial, gender, and class lines for immigrants, um, and even separation of church and state by learning to work together. Well, none of them believe in separation of church and state because it's like they're all kind of like tied in with the Vatican, and they want the Vatican to be united with the church and state, well, to be running the state, which is basically what it's doing now. Anyway, by learning to work together in progressive evangelicals, secular progressives will stand a better chance of achieving their goals and also learn an enormous amount from these remarkable people and their organizations that will help secular progressives strengthen their own movement. Man, there was an interesting part, but I tell you what, man, it's getting kind of late, and but right there you can see Open Society fellow Zach Exley. And Zach Exley's roles at Open Society, according to its own website, is to handle the financial grants and determine who gets Soros's money. You can see his bio at Open Society Foundations from the below screenshot. But so that's part of how that whole movement's being brought through America. Um, One of the goals, my Eighth Truth Seeking says, one of the goals is to cut utilities and services to rural areas and move everyone into stack and pack ultra high density super cities. Yeah, there was someone from New Zealand that was talking about that said, they're trying to make everybody a nation of renters and make it sound like it's so great just to rent. And they're really trying to eliminate owning housing. And that was a weird thing about this whole COVID thing too. It's like I was expecting, to buy a cheaper house, like a nice house that was cheaper, thinking, okay, isn't everyone being like financially wrecked? It's like, why? How come the housing prices are staying the same and sometimes even going up? It's like, I mean, like how are these people who are living these jobs, who are like living in these homes, now declared like, oh, hey, you're not essential, so you can't work, and how can you keep these houses? Eighth Truth Seeking says the timing and the focus of this right on script plan, it's been known, but no one paid much attention, and the media didn't at all. Of course, the media is not going to do it. Google Snake Pope if you don't have eyes eyes to see and ears to hear. I'm just curious what Snake Pope would bring up. Oh, so it does go right to that. So it was built in 1971. Um, I want to read this part. It says it's difficult to see from the front, but when you view the statue from the sides where the patrons would sit, it becomes strikingly clear from both sides that the head of Jesus is to, is meant to look like that of a snake. Think about it for a moment. If just one side of the statue gave the impression of a snake's head, we could brush off this as a coincidence. But when it looks this way from all angles and the entire building resembles a snake as well, it becomes much more difficult to ignore. One must begin to realize this was purposely designed to appear this way. The thought and planning that went into this would have been immense. Oh, you know what? I never did notice that. Because I see what they're saying because of the eye right here. This would be the snake's mouth. And that, I mean, I don't know, that could maybe be the tongue. I can't see this picture real clear, but I never noticed that that looks like a snake's open mouth. So that's pretty interesting that he brought that up. See, because whenever I saw it, man, I just was paying so much attention to this face right here. Man, when you look at it from that angle, I mean, that even looks like little fangs, eyes. It's pretty weird. Now that he mentioned it, man, I mean, it's like that's wow. Okay, man, learned something new. Okay, Ace Trucic says they don't make the mistake building stuff like that. 20 years of plans and models, even 3D visualization on computer models before built, no accident. Um, oh, I didn't even see these comments up here, man. I think I just scrolled too much. Um, in a generation, many of them won't be here. They're not having any kids. I suppose you heard of Songbird 2019 and Utopia 2020. Yeah, I heard of it. I'll show it on the screen real quick, though. Songbird. Oh, yeah, yeah, I definitely remember that. I don't think I saw this one, but this is the official trailer. But I don't. I want to see that. Deaths this year, 8,410,000 and counting. Stay inside. And someone spray painted, please. I wonder what that was, though. I wonder what that red blotch is. Yeah, now they got that new what? Well, I don't know what that new variant is in India, and I hate to think of how like a brainwashed person would see that. Because there's a totally different perspective from like one of the people I know that like believe in wearing masks and believe this could have went away if everyone would just stayed home. And I just kind of see like how they would be seeing this movie, like they don't like, and it's because they would watch this movie but it's like their interpretation of it would be like so completely different, and their perspective would be like how they look and view the characters, and because they're thinking like, oh wow, that's so much like what's really going on, and they'd be like, I don't know, man, like they're not thinking like how this is all a scam or anything. But anyway, he said one of the goals is to cut utilities and services to rural areas and move everyone into stack and pack culture. Oh yeah, I read that one. Sorry. And the timing and focus of this is right on script plan. It's been known. Um, okay, I read that. Trying to catch up. Can you say they don't make? Oh yeah, I done read that. Sorry. Rewilding of the environment. Oh, if you aren't prepared to be 100% self-efficient, then you've had better be ready to be dependent on whatever they decide is the new normal. Man, I tell you, that's phrase, man. When I started hearing that word "new normal," I was like, "Oh no!" Anyone would have to be dumb, dumb, dumb to think that this is going away anytime soon. Because I mean, normal, man. When they say new normal, it's like get used to it. This is your new normal. It isn't like it's going to be the new normal for a day or two. It's like new normal, period. I mean, like how early were they using that phrase, man? It seemed like it was like almost right from the start of the lockdown. And the phrase new normal. I'm kind of curious about this one thing. Oh gosh, man, I just want that cookie box to go away. But anyway, this morning a New York Times article called "Waters Warm and Cod Catch Ebbs in Maine." The following sentence appears: "A fishermen, scientists, and regulators often agree over whether the current changes are temporary or the new normal." So it was like so this article was like 6 years and 6 months ago. The idiom or cliche, the new normal, in the sense of the new standard of baseline expectation or experience, has occurred fairly infrequently in the past 10 to 15 years. So basically, this whole phrase has started being used more and more in the past 20 years, because this is about, let's see here, this is about 6 years old, the article, right? Yeah, so this is, or well, they asked this about 6 years ago. So the past 20 years, so ever since basically uh, September 11th of 2001, this phrase "new normal" has been used. So it's kind of interesting how like this, it seems like the new big, huge false flag, the COVID thing, or the new scam, whatever you want to call it. Um, so the idiom or cliche, the new normal, in the sense of the new standard baseline expectation or experience, has occurred fairly frequently in the past 10 to 15 years. So, like I said, 6 years old, this article. So, basically 21 years, including in the book titles such as The New Normal, How FD, um, FDNY firefighters are rising to the challenge of life after September 11th. So that's kind of what I just said. Assessing the new normal, liberty and security for the post-September 11th. That was in January 30, 2003. After 9/11, a new normal. Who are we? Why are we here? Where are we going? It's kind of interesting. That's when that new normal phrase first kind of came out. I want to kind of say that there's some stuff I want to revisit later. One of the first times the phrase new normal appeared in print was in 1918. Wasn't that like, yeah, that's like kind of like near the last pandemic, wasn't it? Our so-called pandemic. I mean, it's like, when was it used in 2020? I don't know. It seemed like it was almost from the beginning. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to get sidetracked. Just kind of wanted to look at that stuff. But anyway, it's true. Says BlackRock is buying up entire neighborhoods at 20 to 5 to 50% above asking price, outbidding anyone. That's what I was wondering about the housing prices here. It made no sense. BlackRock Corporation is funded by Trump's very first scandemic relief bill. Over $6 trillion went to BlackRock as a grant money. Now you can own nothing by 2030. Thanks, Trump. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna look this up because a lot of people probably watching the show are like, really? BlackRock Corporation. Trump. 6 trillion. All right, look at what we got right off the bat. So BlackRock hits record 6 trillion assets helped by Trump tax law. BlackRock Inc. passed a record 6 trillion in assets. Its profit beating Wall Street forecasts as investors flooded into the relatively low cost funds of the world's largest asset manager. A new U.S. tax law, which sliced corporate and individual income rates, also helped the company's results in the fourth quarter ended in December 31st. BlackRock said on Friday that it saw a $1.2 billion tax benefit related to the law and raised its quarterly cash dividend by 15%. So, but basically, they're just saying that tax law basically helped them. Anyway, reptilian equals good grief. I've seen a couple of ancient statues carved very similar, showing a serpent-like creature coming out of the neck of a human body. Several continents history repeat, so I didn't know about that. COVID-23 equals has mutated into a more deadly mutation variant, as in 2023. Big things coming. It's a warning. Yeah, that's referring to that whole Songbird movie. Sorry if you don't got a little bit delayed in catching up with the comments. Delta, beta, and gamma variants. Those are what the elites are. Those are what the elites are wearing. Are a circular ring of rainbow colors. The variants are the frequency spans that they're using to stimulate a hypnosis response. Speaking of which, you know what? I meant to look at something. I noticed it, and I got kind of sidetracked. It's like, what was on Poppy's finger? I just want to look at her ring. Sorry, man. Like, this is, for some reason, YouTube's kind of being a little bit buggy. Man, I got too many windows opened up. Okay, this is the part where I wanted to. Oh, no. I could. Can't remember how you make it go. There's like some kind of function on the. There we go. I wanted to see her ring. I meant to do it, man, and then I got kind of sidetracked. I just wonder what that whole meaning is. It looks like a P inside of a triangle. I'm just kind of curious, man. P inside of a triangle. Um, I'm wondering what that would have meant, but oh well. I don't know. Maybe someone figure it out later. Let me know. Um, So various frequencies that correlate to our brain wave states, even found on switch boxes on utility poles powering up 517 Cinco G, don't say 5G to trigger algorithms and band channel. Yeah, I don't think I've been banned for talking about 5G yet, oddly enough. It's just reading out of a dictionary. I got banned for that. Wearing a shirt. I don't know. I got banned for like just testing out a video to see if I could stream at a park, and that was medical misinformation somehow. Seriously, look up brainwave spectrum names, same names for variants. I think it's a cycling of frequencies with the media and other messaging or pulsing. You can communicate in cold openly. Needed giant billboards of Hitler with his arm up and new normals and Z Great Reset and Build Back Better. Oh yeah, 6.2 try. Quote from the clip: Donald J. Trump. Well, thank you all very much. This is a very important day. I'll sign the single biggest relief package in American history, and I must say, or any other package, by the way, it's twice as large as any other relief ever signed. It's 2.2 billion, but it actually goes up to 6.2 potentially $1 billion, $1 trillion. Yeah, it's trillions. It wasn't even billions. So you're talking about $6.2 trillion bill. Nothing like that. And this will deliver urgently needed relief to our nation's families, workers, and businesses. That's what this is all about. I can't find link, but it gave BlackRock a legal monopoly to buy assets starting with ETFs to bolster stock market. Yeah, right. Selling them to Federal Reserve, leaving Treasury holding debt. Us. I really want to know what that P on her finger means. But that, you know what? I just know she's got that earring, right? And I mean, doesn't that look like I don't know, sun, corona? Or so you got the mask, you got I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm reading too much into it, but you got that little corona. And this is all back in, I mean, well, this video was, she posted it March 20 of 2017. I'll give it a like. I mean, heck, you knew what was coming. Oh yeah, see, ahead of her time. That's kind of funny. Oh yeah, you know what? I think a lot of these people probably found out about this from my video because it's about when I made my video. So how many months was it? Really, 10 months ago. It's pretty cool. Yeah, because I had a friend that found out. It was like that watched Poppy. She'd watch Poppy's videos, and she's like, "Dude, man, look at this." I was like, "What?" And she showed me it, and I was like, "Whoa, that is the craziest." Well, not the craziest thing, but it's pretty crazy. Yeah, I'm just kind of reading through these comments because they say, "Remember when people were making fun of Poppy for being weird? It turns out she was just a time traveler warning us." Y'all, why is this so relaxing and horrifying at the same time? Gosh. This this is way ahead of its time to a whole nother level. Yeah, let's not talk about how Poppy basically guessed the future. Wow. Yeah, but anyway, that's just little added details I noticed. But so anyway, eighth church says that means for the first time ever the Federal Reserve can own assets. That is literally the definition of communism with state owns private assets. So all signed into law via Trump's signature. Even the Democrats can't wrap their brains around it. They're still stuck in preschool chanting Orange Man bad and ring around the corona. Vaxes, vaxes. We all fall down. Boom. I want to know pass that on to the Media Bear if he hadn't already done a version of Pocket Full of Posies. Oh, yeah. Hey, he's supposed to have something. Media Bear's supposed to have something new pretty soon. Um, and let's see here. What he said something I want to know. Oh yeah. When he talked about Trump basically signed all that into law, which basically helped give create start to create communism in America. I mean, okay, Antifa is supposed to be anti-fascist. And if you think about it, man, these corporations like Amazon are essentially corporate fascism. And it's like, well, if you hate fascists so much, how come you never bash Bezos and other companies like it that are basically corporate fascism? It's like, I don't know. I thought that was like something odd, that even at the doors, I'll post his videos. His videos are pretty good. And even though his videos are old, I there's still a lot of info that most YouTubers have not really understand. I think it's this one, COVID-19 and the New Earth. I think that's the one that's talking about like Antifa and stuff. And man, I mean, it's really good. I wonder if I can find that part. It's like, oh yeah, I mean, see, that's the thing too, dude. This is caused havoc, man. You know how many times me and my wife have like man, or my wife's like, oh, the kids, Liam really wants to go to school. It's like, and I'm like, he ain't wearing a mask, and she's like, well, he needs to go because of speech therapy. I'm like, oh yeah, I understand, because my kid's got like some serious speech issues, but the thing is, he needs to see people's mouths. Like, it doesn't make any sense, man. It's like you can barely understand the kid anyway. You need to see his mouth, and you're like, so what's the point of the mask? It's like, why are you gonna make him wear a mask? It's like, and then I'm like, we're not sending that. This is just retarded. you know, and that causes fight, causes strife, man. It's like, that's one of the things people never think about, man, is all the fights, because because a lot of people got that one, where it's like, oh, just being polite. That's another thing. It's not polite to wear a mask. It's like, oh, well, I don't want to hurt someone's feelings, or, it doesn't bother me to wear it. And I'm just doing it because the other person's really scared. I don't wear the mask because I care about you. I don't want you brain damage. Because you know what? When I contribute to wearing the mask and doing all this other stuff, I contribute to a lie. And that lie is damaging to you. That lie causes you brain damage. You will not see me lie to you and put a mask on and play along with this. I do it at one job that I go to because I got to, and it's the only reason why I do it is I got put in such an awkward position and situation, and I was new, and I never even had a choice whether to work or not because the government told me you're not getting a check no matter what for whatever reason. I don't know. They never would give me my checks, so I had to do without pay for a month, and that hurts, when you got two small children and a wife, and you're trying to take care of everybody, and the government's not giving you any money. And to be honest, it's like no one should have to work for me anyway, because that's coming from someone. Someone had to make whatever I'm using to live off of. But anyway, yeah, man. I mean, it's like this kind of stuff, man. Is like no one ever thinks about these kind of damages, but anyway, like, but when people say, wear the mask to be polite and things like that, no, 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 no. You're a horrible human being if you put that mask on. I'll be straight up with that. I mean, like I said, I did have my job at one job, because it's like I got kind of like multiple locations that I got to deal with and things like that. And the other ones, I kind of made it, apparent that I'm not doing this. I'm not causing people brain damage. But this one place, it was just real awkward. And because I had already done it, because I couldn't talk to the manager, and I was like, look, man, I'm on video camera. I don't want, someone to play it back and be like, oh, that dude wasn't wearing a mask without me first discussing things with the manager first. But you couldn't because of the whole COVID thing. They would, they didn't even have like things where you could discuss. I'm not calling them on the phone to discuss it because I'm like, dude, this just makes me feel real awkward. I'm new anyway. It feels like I'm stirring up too, like I'm already kind of like, I'm not doing this. And then it's like, I felt like, maybe it's like going out of my way. So I was just like, but other than that, I don't wear a mask, man. And even that place, I would only, cover up my mouth. I wasn't going to wear it over my nose, man. Like I had to do something, man, to be like, dude, this is BS, like I'll have a half-hearted attempt to wear a mask, and that's the best you're getting from me. But yeah, I can't. I won't do it. But I mean, if someone else feels like they have to, like eat or something, I understand that. But I mean, if you're doing it just to get into a grocery store, I gotta admit, man, it's like I kind of look down at that. Like I'm the only person walking around, in a lot of these places. I take my kids to these like some of these places. I'm like, dude, none of us are wearing this. We're not. It just ain't happening. And they say, "Oh, you got a medical condition?" I'm like, HIPAA, ADA. What HIPAA is like, like the medical, like your medical rights. ADA is like your American Disability Act. You just say those two things, and no one can talk to you. But anyway, even at the doors, they got a really good. And especially all this like Christian videos, man, about they're all Christian videos, but he's got some historic stuff, where he's talking about like the history of Christianity. He even covers the Balkan Wars, which gosh, man, uh, the whole Kosovo thing going on and all that other stuff. And I think that all kind of relates back to the Eustacia, um, which was ran by the Roman Catholic, which was ran by Catholic clergy. And they were much worse than Nazis. You hear about the Nazis all the time, but you never hear about the Eustacia. And I wonder why, because they were far worse. And it was the same exact, it was right during World War II also. But I think I'm going to be going soon, kind of starting to wind down a little bit. Anyway, I don't know if I mentioned this, but I do plan on having Media Bear like maybe next week or the week after. I don't know. I gotta kind of give him a call and see what he can do, if he can do it. Those who go along to get along are like those that feed an alligator, hoping that as it grows and devours everyone and everything, hoping that it will eat you last, which it will do without fail. We have a chance to fight without bloodshed, but every time we comply, we establish a future where our children will not have that option. Someone talked about the Carnation Revolution too, as far as like something you could do without bloodshed. Um, maybe I'll pull up a video, man. Like Carnation. It's really weird. That's 1974 is the year I was born. November 5th, 1974. Remember the 5th of November. Kind of think that's like a cool day to be born now, considering how Protestant I am and anti-Vatican I am. But anyway, I always have this one guy, I can't think of the name. Choosy Heretics, Choose Carnation Revolution. That's this YouTube name. But anyway, he's always talking about the Carnation Revolution. Noncompliantmovie.com. Let's see what that is. Noncompliantmovie.com. I need to check over on. Still don't. Man, I cannot believe I don't have any. I think there's something wrong. I bet there's people trying to chat me. Well, at least Bobby's comment showed up again. But I'm having trouble thinking that, 102 views, not one comment. Really? No one's got a brand new YouTube account. I mean, you guys don't have to leave me nice comments. I mean, I'll read anything. You disagree with me? Want to say anything? I mean, like, I'll share. Dude, because I'm not like some big like I'm not about censorship. Like I ran bulletin boards before there was ever an internet when I was a kid. Like I was about 13 and hooked up a Commodore 64 with a 300 baud modem into a wall, and let people say whatever they wanted. And I never censored them. I always hated censorship. So this is noncompliantmovie.com, now playing exclusively at Liberty First University. Click here to access businesses shuttered, pastors arrested, residents confined to their homes. This is communist China. No, this is pandemic America. Don't think for a second that this is the last we've seen of lockdowns. Pastors arrested. You know what though? All these pastors that were arrested, and I kind of think they're soft, you know. I don't know. People are like, "Oh, Mully, you got arrested. Would you do it?" It's like, but dude, if I do it, I'm definitely pointing out the Vatican. I don't know. I mean, how many of these people that got arrested were like, "Hey, man, I don't like this whole Vatican ramming this pandemic crap down our throat." I bet you none of them. I mean, that's kind of these guys' problem, man. It's like, you know, like I mean, this book right here, right from the 1858, it was written, called Pope or President. And you know, it talks about how the Vatican, how the Catholic Church got rid of the Bible from public schools. Right here is, you know, in 1841 is the beginning of the takeover of the Democrat Party by the Vatican, because it was Democrat politicians that first made these deals with the Catholic Church to get more support to get elected. Okay, and so and then and around the 1860s, when the Republican Party was created, you know, as soon as they blew Lincoln's brains out, they started taking over that party too. And they were already sort of in the midst. They already had some of their Jesuit agents within the party trying to take over and control it and get into key positions. Um, so they were already trying to take control of it. And, you know, it's almost as soon as it starts, it's always been a battle. And it's always, and then it's like slowly, it's like they basically would have one side play the other side, and now it's like you keep going back and forth where it's like, man, it's like you look at the Democrat Party, you know, back in the 60s, and you're like, compared to the Republican Party today, and you would think that was more conservative than the Republicans today, and they just keep going inching it back and forth until now you got like two parties are uh, I don't know, very corrupt and what most people would call liberal ideology, but even though it's not really liberal. I mean, if you really think about when people call Democrats liberals, they're not really liberal and they're not really progressive. Like I called myself a progressive Republican when I was trying to run for office. And people were like, "Oh, I'm not voting for you." I'm like, "Oh, so you're gonna vote for those regressive Democrats then?" "Well, what do you mean?" I'm like, "Dude, I'm progressive. I'm progressive like Lincoln was. So you believe in like gay marriage?" And it's like, dude, do you think gay marriage is progressive? He's like, yeah. I was like, well, what's progressive about it? I said, do you think about the words you use? I mean, see, that's kind of like the problem with people. It's like, dude, I guarantee you, man, if every dude started sleeping with other dudes, you'd have a very regressive society. It'd be dead. And like, you know, 100 years, everyone would be dead. There would be no people because there's no procreation. That's regression, you know. I mean, it's like, you know, like there's nothing about the Democrat Party that's progressive if you think about it, man. It's like, unless you want to say like it's progressively getting worse, you know, you're trying to progress us into like a worse state of depravity. But you know, true progression, it's not true progression unless you're saying, oh, they're progressing depravity. But as far as like, you know, like making things better, being progressive, it's like not really. But you know, I called myself that because it's like I was like, well, hopefully when you know, Republicans hear me speak, they understand what I'm doing. But I'm like, man, dude, I'm going against some dumb, you know, like there's just like a lot of dumb people, man. It's like they're just not getting it because it's like by calling myself a progressive, I'm challenging Democrats, you know, like I'm really challenging them. I'm like, are you really progressive? What is progression? Like I'm not letting them steal that word and making themselves sound better. I'm trying to take that word back away from them. And it's like, you know, and like these people are just like within the Republican Party are just too stupid. Man, I'm like, dude, man, fight me on this. Watch non-compliant the official trailer on YouTube. Okay, I think that would be a lot better, man. I should have done that in the first place. Non-compliant. I'm surprised. Why? I'm surprised YouTube lets us. Yeah. Okay. I gotta admit, this makes me really wonder how legit this is when I'm banned so much, and some of my friends that are pretty legit are banned. So I'll just kind of be right out in front before I play this. Yeah, I just want to comment on something though, real quick. They say something about like religion and politics shit and mix, and but they let the Catholic Church do it. But see, Protestants are told you can't do it. But it seems like it's always okay for Catholics to do it. Like they always bring up like, oh, this Catholic Church is being persecuted. This Catholic priest, who's against the mask or something. They'll bring them up, but you'll never hear, like, oh, look at the Protestant. No, it's always like the Catholic Church. Oh, the Catholic, this Catholic organization's against abortion. You never hear that though about the Protestant. It's always they make sure it's always the Catholic they bring attention to. It's Catholic. And then Glenn Beck and all these other influencers on TV. We got to get behind the Catholic Church. We're all Catholic now because we got to all stick together with this persecution and get behind the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church is the one leaving the borders open, helping all these scumbags get into these offices that do this stuff in the first place. This is the whole mental psyop and that's going on. People just don't see and don't get. But sorry, don't mean to get on a tangent, but man. Well, she is 100% right about that, and that's exactly why I don't. That's exactly why I don't comply. Because when you do comply, you know what? That's where this is all leading to. But I want to see something because I keep seeing an image flash, and I want to see what that image. I think I gotta go back here. Okay, I didn't catch all this image, so that's like probably Daniel and the Lions Den where Daniel didn't comply. I saw this just flash, so I couldn't figure out what that image was, and I wanted to make sure it wasn't something like hidden and subliminal. And that's the one I was wondering about. Okay, I was just kind of curious. I I gotta be honest, like everything said in this was, okay to me. Like I don't see anything that draws like a red flag. The only thing is, I'm just like, as much as I've been censored, like and kicked off, it's like, how in the world i- is this like not? I guess because they just say not comply. So you're not saying the vaccine's bad, or you're not talking about that. Maybe I don't know. But I mean, man, all I did was like freaking expose Trump, and I even got a video deleted. Oh yeah, well, dude, I probably won't actually go to sleep for another 20 minutes. I'll wind up doing this video for longer, and I'm trying to do this video until I get like 1,000 views on brand new too. Uh, but I mean, anyone watching my videos for first time, man, that's like, I don't mean for my shows to go this long. It's like, hopefully they're only going to be like an hour long, maybe an hour and a half, at maximum. Uh, if you ask me that, I need your name, full legal name, and the name of your immediate supervisor, and the name of your corporate attorney. Legal, it's illegal to just ask. Okay, I think you're talking about like the whole HIPAA thing and why, like when I was talking about how I walk in a store and they'll try to ask me if I wear a mask or something, and or why I'm not doing it and why my kids aren't doing it, and I just tell them HIPAA, But anyway, ring around the Rosie lyrics, common American version, trying to find full lyrics of the American version. Um, Man, I wish I could probably click that link. Does that link even show up on? Oh gosh, I don't want to go to that YouTube channel that I'm streaming from. Man, that's. I'll have to like check that out later. I'll wind this video back to the 3 hour and 6 minute mark. Check out that sell out DeSantis. Look what he snuck into that bill. Okay, that is important because man, people keep thinking this DeSantis guy should be the next president. Okay, I'm gonna look that up, man. Now that you say it, it's connected to San uh, DeSantis. Gosh, oh man, I wish I knew what YouTube thing I was streaming from. I don't even remember. I think this is my most banned channel. Is that the one you're on right now? Yeah, okay. Fishing for Truth 11, the most banned. Oops. See if I can find that chat link. Let's. Why do I have to go on web archives? I'm trying to make sure I got that. Colon backslash. Oh, let me just. Okay, I see what's happening here. If I delete that, just do this, but get rid of the HTML. Okay, here we go. Okay, why did he sneak in there, man? That's like a lot of long stuff, dude. You have to pony up lawyers to keep them from getting banned. Bingo, controlled opposition via feigning false persecution. It can be done in layers and multiples. See, all major religions do it. Can't expose Trump. He's part of the plan. They're going to bring him back. They're going to bring him back into spotlight to give believable reason for additional attacks and civil unrest. America has to fall hard. Degrading from the inside, tearing apart long before any rearrangement of government takes place, foreign power. Yeah, that whole controlled opposition via feigning false persecution. That's back relating back to what I was saying about the Catholic Church and how our media here. It's like whenever they get persecuted, it's like okay, like I remember what was that, the Covington High. Remember that kid? He gets persecuted, right? Because I'll go to that. Okay, like Covington Trump. It's like Covington. And it's not Colby Covington. It's like Covington High School or something like that. This one right here. Look at that. See, Covington Catholic student Nicholas speech. See, they're always trying to elevate these. Like, okay, oh, you poor Catholic kid. You're like this Trump supporter. But wait a minute. Like I said, the Pope sitting there talking about wanting to keep the borders open. It's like, dude, make up your mind. What do you want to be, you confused kid? It's like, are you against what your Pope's doing, or are you for it? What do you mean by make a great America again? Do you want open borders like your Pope wants? Do you want guns gotten rid of like your Pope keeps pushing and the whole entire Catholic Church keeps pushing in our country? And look back there. Who is that back behind you, kid? Oh, didn't your church put a bullet through that guy's head? The best president we ever had, Abraham Lincoln? Didn't your church put a bullet in his head? This is what's sickening to me. This is where I get furious. And I mean, like, honestly, like, it makes me feel like fighting. It makes me just want to like go to war, man. Like, I mean, like that kind of BS right there. Your church put a bullet in that guy's head. You sick kid. Yeah, I mean, or you twisted kid. I mean, like, pick a side, man. Like this is just like the crazy twisted mess of America. And Fox News run, is Catholic run. Every single person on there that does a show is Roman Catholic. Sean Hannity, uh, Bill O'Reilly, Laura Ingraham, Ann Coulter. Just like, I mean, like, you name first people you name off the top of your head. I think even Tucker Carlson is Roman Catholic. So you don't have a single person on there that's not Roman Catholic. And there you got, Lincoln, and I don't know, man. I mean, maybe people don't even know about this, like this is an old book, Rome's Responsive. This was written, yeah, right, here we go. You go on Internet Archive and find that Rome's responsibility for the assassination of Abraham Lincoln. And so this was written in June 1819. I mean June 1897. Okay, that's when this book was copyrighted. 1897. So the guy who oversaw the trial was still alive. He's a brigadier general. He was still alive, and as he wrote that book, right? So this is just for anyone that's like new, doesn't have any idea what the Roman Catholic Church has done to this country, done to our good presidents. This is it right here. And I want to read this one little part right here. In suppressing the freedom of the press, the hierarchy, speaking of the Roman Catholic Church, has been still more successful. Now think about this. This is in 1897 when America, was still a very Protestant. People still, knew about their ancestors, being like martyred and killed and persecuted by the Roman Catholic Church. So, in suppressing the freedom of the press, the hierarchy has been still more successful. By the skillful use of her almost boundless wealth, Rome has secured control of the public press and can put it before the American people just what she chooses and can withhold from them whatever she chooses to suppress. Thus, we find ourselves in such a situation today that a book like this cannot hope to be brought to public notice through this channel. Outside of the patriotic press, there is scarcely a newspaper in the land that would dare to notice this little book, except to misrepresent and condemn it. There is scarcely a bookseller or news dealer in the United States that would dare to expose it for sale for fear of that exclusively Roman Catholic weapon, the boycott. How then shall it find its way to publicity? The information which it contains ought to be in the possession of every voter in the land and of every American citizen, but how is it to gain publicity that it ought to have? There is but one channel there's but one channel open to it, that is found in the various patriotic organizations that exist in the country. So this stuff, grassroots patriots, like people like, my family that had to, kind of keep this knowledge within us. And my family at some point forgot, or didn't pass it down, I know it's like, I mean, I don't know what the heck happened to my family, man, to be honest. Because it's like it's not for my mom. My mom righted the ship, you know. She saw how horrible her family got and made sure that she was not gonna like continue the 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 downward spiral it had been. Um, But you know, my it starts with my grandfather and great grandfathers, and it's on both sides. And I don't know. At some point, we knew all this stuff, and we just, I don't know, man. I mean, as far as I know, we knew it. But every member of every one of these various organizations should make it a matter of conscientious duty to interest himself in its circulation. Every patriotic lecturer should be prepared to furnish it to any with whom he may come in contact who may desire or can be prevailed upon to read it. Its price puts it within reach of all, and it should be circulated by the millions through the length and breadth of the land. The suggestions which I have indulged in at its close are intended to be tentative rather than arbitrary. I'm not going to keep reading this, but I just want people to be aware that there are several publications that talk about the control of Rome, and this is in 1897. You can only imagine how much worse it's become. And I mean, when people tell me the Jews, I'm just like, dude, like, no way, man. It's like, and I know from my own, you know, ancestors and stuff, dude. No. And actually, I know from me firsthand knowledge, man. Like, you know, of one girl I dated, man. I'm not gonna get into who she was, but yeah, she way up there, man. I had no idea at the time because I wasn't Christian. I mean, I wasn't very awake at all. But oh, you know, dude, they control so much, and it's. I mean, there's just I don't even like. I wish I could tell that story, but I don't think I can, man. I know as they really control a lot. Got to create the illusion of a problem, then the illusion of a reaction, and then like DeSantis, the illusion of a solution, then rinse and repeat. Eventually successful approximations. Oh yeah, I should post the link to that. You're right, man. To that. You know what, man? I should really. I think I did try to give you moderator privileges. And here, man, since I already got that, I think I got that page opened up somewhere. Oh, I guess I got to go back. Oh, here we go. Let me try to give you a moderator. Well, I got 4 thumbs up, man. Thank you, people, man. This isn't even my best show. Oh, man. I think my computer is lagging a little bit because I got too many windows opened up, and I got a really good computer. I got like a lot opened up, but see here. There, whatever you do, man, like don't ever like bother mod. Like just giving you these privileges so you can post links, man. Like, because I don't need people. I want, you know, any hot. If anyone ever has hostile comments towards me, I kind of like. I don't mind them. You know, it's like they can post them. I like to engage in it, man. Because I mean, this one guy he tried to be like that to me, and I don't know, man. I found out some really deep stuff about him, and it's like, you know, I know how to engage people like that in like a good way, man. I don't know, kind of depends. Sometimes I'm not. Depends on my mood, but normally I'm pretty good at it. But anyway, yeah. Hopefully that lets you post whatever you want to post now, as far as links, and that way you don't have to do it that way. But let's see here. Oh, okay. Well, I was kind of curious because I did ask Ian Goods if he would come on my show, and he goes, "Sorry, I couldn't make it, bro. I was out on the road running some errands. I'm supposed to live stream tonight as well, but there's a huge storm all day and night, and my internet's super slow. I had to postpone." I do remember him saying that he had to postpone his show. Um, all right, man, that's cool. So I'm glad he's interested in doing a show, man. Yeah, I like that guy, man. It's I told him I think he's one of the he might be one of the top five researchers I know on this subject. It's like him, Eric777, even at the doors, Jared Israel. I mean, right off the top of my head, those are the top in the top five. So if anyone ever knows of someone better, I should be interested. That's for sure. But man, when it comes to this topic, I think those four guys, man, are like four of the best. I know I'm leaving someone out, maybe more than one person, but those four names, like right off the top of my head. Um, and I think he's gonna have like a lot of really interesting things. I can't wait to like show him some of this stuff because I don't even think he knows about some of the stuff I showed in tonight's video. And kind of like to just see what his thoughts are, man, because he'll have something like really interesting to say, man. It'll be super. I think he'll have really interesting things to say. I think that's how I'll probably do the show with him too. Is like, hey, what do bring this up, bring that up, see what he has to say, And I'm hoping to also maybe if I could get someone like him or Eric77, I think he would probably be really good at it though. For some reason, he gives me that vibe that he'd be like more really like liking to have a debate with someone that like I don't know how bad this would go either though, but have that like whole Jews run the world versus Vatican run the world debate. I'd like to try to engage someone in that. Maybe have me and Ingoods on one side and then someone else on the other, and just see how we can just rip that apart, that whole narrative, and just grind it into the ground and make it look like the most retarded, dumb. I just would like to just totally just annihilate that once and for all. Like anyone who believes that Jews run the world, and just annihilate that. I've challenged people in the past, man. I think I offered gosh, man, I think I offered someone like money. I can't remember who. I think it might have been SGT report. I think I tried to offer him money before for a debate. I can't remember how much. It might have just been like $500. But I did offer someone else too. Oh yeah, the Last American Vagabond. I offered him money. I said, dude, I pay you, man. I think I'm pretty sure I offered him money on. Oh, the pages I was reading. From Rome's responsibility of the for the assassination of Abraham Lincoln. It was pages 7, and I stopped on 8, and I kind of went to where the second paragraph starts. So you got two paragraphs on the in the introduction. So page 7, second paragraph, and suppressing the freedom of the press. So that would be that. Oh yeah, sure, man. I can post that link. In fact, I should probably post that over to brand new tube also. I should be posting this in the You know, the one nice thing about brand new tube is that in the main, like, okay, you know how you got like the live chat and then you got the comment part of it? It's like I can post comments right to that part of it, man. I think that's, I don't know, for someone who's run a page, man, I think that's really helpful. But the only thing is I can't post the links. It just lets me post that part, but you know, they could copy and paste it and find it at least. But man, that's the one part I hate. It's like I'd like to be able to post the links. I wish they'd fix that part. That is not the part I want to. Really won't let me. Here, maybe I can do it this way. Just leave out the HTTP. Try that. Because I know, man, if I was doing this, I wouldn't want to have to, I guess copying and pasting is not the end of the world. There we go. So I can do it like that. Oh, I can also do Pope or President too, man. Because that, I don't know if you've seen that one yet, but page 246 through 248, I think that's where they talk about getting rid of the Bible from public schools. So I'll throw that link out there too. So let me throw that into the. So I like to let people know, man, like that's, you know, I post these links and show the research, man, because I want people to realize that man. Sorry, man, for the little oops. Great. So we're post that for the people over there, and so I guess on some sites, you know, you can't post the HTTP, but if you just post the other part, you can see it. But I put that in the comments, so if anyone wants to watch that. Well, for some reason, it's not posting over to my. Oh, Stephanie, yeah. Catching at the live, I mean, at the end, but better late than never. Yeah, not much, you know, just kind of, I'm streaming over on brand new tube now. So I'm going to post that link. But that would be my brand new tube channel. Because like right now, because I mean, you know, I've been like banned from YouTube so much. And now whenever I start up a channel, I got like 15 subscribers and I get like 3 or 4 views. You're like one of the few people. Oh, by the way, I forgot about the shirt. Man, I am so sorry. I have just been like working 70 hours a week almost, and I just had a lot going on, man. And that's one of the things I space. I'm not trying to be a horrible human being about it. I just, I just, man, it's just one of those things, man, where it's like I remember way later. So I'm really sorry about that, Stephanie. Um, but anyway, yeah, I remember it at the worst times. I was like, I remember it when I'm working, and then when I finally get home, man, it's like I'm fighting sleep, and then my kids are up, and they're like, "Daddy, play with me," and I'm I'm like, oh my gosh, man, I just want to go to sleep, because I work a night job, man. But man, when it's like once that daylight hits me, dude, I'm like tired. I want to go to sleep. I don't know, man. Daylight makes me sleepy, but I wonder what's going on my Facebook page. Eighth truth seeking says sometimes I feel like truth, testable, guaranteed is the most elusive thing there is. We know that there are truths, but beliefs are such a potentially manipulated thing. Oh yeah, man, that's a good comment. Probably more elusive discussion for another time or arena. Um, okay, well that's good. I need to be like, oh man, when's I'm gonna get my shirt? For people on, man, I better probably end this show soon, though, to be honest. But anyway, I know people new to my channel. See, you're fishing for truth. This is my website. It's kind of jacked up because I work too many hours and I got banned a lot. There's a lot of videos that, as you can see, banned. And when that kind of stuff started happening, I was like, ugh. But anyway, I got this shop, and that would be the one T-shirt I've made so far. They've banned my other shirt, which was like a cleaner version. I don't like this. What do they call it? Distressed, where it's got like that part of it. So it was like a clean version. But for some reason, they said like the clean version was like too offensive. But they left me this version. So like for some reason, this one's not offensive. But I guess like no one else. If you look at this, they got other protest shirts. I mean, you can see how great everyone looks in them. It's like, but you can buy other products. You can have like pillows. I wish I had more money. If I was rich, man, I'd have all this stuff. I'd just show up to work, drinking my coffee, set it down on the table, take out my notepad, be like, "Yep, I gotta write, some stuff up." Have some stuff and take it out of my backpack that I need. Send my kid. Would be the bomb, man. To send my kid to school in this. It's like, yeah, boy, you're rocking it now. That's my boy right there. Man, I want that bag though. I actually do need I need a backpack. Well, I got one, but I could sure use a better one, man. But that'd be great for school too. Anyone going to college, man, you'd be like the hit of the town. But don't buy it tonight. It's the Sabbath. But like when the Sabbath's over. But I just like the message. But man, like if you've ever seen, like you'll look through the site, people got other like offensive things, but I don't know. I think the people that work there are really pissed. They once sent me like a Kamala Harris pin, and it's like you didn't accidentally do that. Yeah, I think uh, I think I'm gonna go to bed though, man. Yeah, you gotta get some sleep. Post your times and days. You're gonna be on brand new. Yeah, that's what I'll probably do. And hey, you know what? This video might just. I did show this shirt on my channel, so this might get my video banned. Um. So I mean, if you don't see me for a while, this would be it. You know, because it's like this thing, man. If I'm even caught in a video in it, that video gets banned. That I mean, man, YouTube hates this. Like they had to pick a. No one else has it, so they got their algorithm specifically set to pick this up. Oh, I mean that's all I can think of. Or you think or there's one person monitoring me that hardcore, where it's like, oh, he's got that shirt that's so offensive. Uh, Yeah, I'll try to post that, especially when I do a show with N Goods and Media Bear. I'll try to post it, but like I said, man, I'm definitely doing a show next week. Like I said, but then again, I did say I don't know if it's going to be 9 p.m. Friday or like noonish, maybe 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock on Saturday. I'm not sure which of those two times. Well, well, the sheeple aren't going to mask themselves. Oh, that's a good one, man. Yeah, I love that quote. Oh my gosh, man, you picked a good one, man. That was a good one. Oh my gosh, I remember that. Or something like that. I might be misquoting. Yeah, it's something like that. I don't know, man. He had some good ones, but that was like one of his first live videos he said that in, I think. Like it was it like his first live or second live? It was one of those two. I think it was his first one. But anyway, interesting. So you gotta get an unstoppable domain. It will serve as a crypto wallet address. Oh, thanks, man. That's a good idea. Freemasons gotta do something with their free time. Yeah, you know what? One thing I will do, I will play a video because we were talking about COVID, and it's like, but he has that one clip, and this is the one thing about that whole Corona thing that kind of like I'm like, you know what? That was pretty weird. Okay, I need to close some of these windows, obviously. And I'm sorry, it's kind of laggy, man. It's like I got way too many windows open. I'm probably. But wait a minute, what's the one that this isn't the one I was thinking of, man. He has this one video clip that always I gotta close a lot of this stuff down. But I think he's got another video that oh, I know which one it was. It was this other Christmas video. Um is that not on here? Where is it? Oh, this one. Oh gosh, man, you have to be like this YouTube. Yeah, I mean, do you remember seeing videos like that? Like, where you got these people just falling over? Like, come on, it's like, man, I just remember when this whole thing started. It's like, I'm just like, what? Like, you just think about how exaggerated, like they did this. Like, did anyone ever see anything like that? But I remember seeing images like that. I was like where people are just falling down, like bodies on the street. Like, anyone remember? And I mean, this never happened in America. There's never like that. I don't even know if this happened anywhere. And then it's like, I mean, it had to be Italy, right? Where it's like you had that one guy that's like living in an apartment. I think he's like an actor or something. It's like, yeah, my sister's dead. It's like, I mean, like they really, like, I almost felt like the whole world put on a show for Americans or something, to make us all believe this garbage. It's like, because I mean, we never witnessed any of this. This all like happened like in other places. Like, I don't know, like, did anyone witness this? I mean, like that one, this kind of stuff tripped me out, man. That Corona got me. It's like, what? Oh, that's right. The sheeple aren't gonna mock themselves. Yes, that is. Oh my gosh, that was good. Yeah, they definitely will mask themselves, mock themselves. Yeah, man, that was so clever and awesome. I'm glad you remember that one. What kind of mask does Agent Biden love? Well, that depends. Or watch unseen videos of infected people collapsing due to Wuhan coronavirus. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. These are the best, man. It's like, remember why we should really be scared. Seen videos of infected collapsing. Oh my gosh. I remember seeing this, and now it's like looking back, I'm like, oh my gosh, man. Man, I'm sorry about the lagginess, man. Oh, I know what it is. I know this is completely YouTube messing with me. I know how to get around it though. Let me just. Think this is how I can get around it. Oh, why isn't this? I'm sorry, man. I don't know why this isn't playing. Hold on. Or maybe it was. I don't know. On my screen, it looked like it wasn't playing. So let me. If it was, I'm sorry, cut it off. But
千万别出来，这个事现在远远比你们想象当中要严重，知道吗？真的非常非常严重。看这里边，现在这是医院里边，已经什么样了？看见了吗？看着跟他妈生化危机，我操，跟他妈生化危机一样。
see, I think this is like where foreign governments were really like. I'll just mute this so I can talk. But I think this is like where foreign governments were really like basically this is like a war of America, and they like this was already the war, in my opinion. Like, people keep thinking like they're waiting for bombs and planes and soldiers to come on America. But to be honest, I mean, this was it right here. They tuck and these countries agreed, let's go to war with America. Let's set up this like fake looking stuff, make all these Americans believe it. It's like, let's have them drop bodies thinking this. And I wonder if this is all to just like finally conquer America, because this is how you conquer the people. It's how you conquer a nation that where almost like at least over half the population has a gun, right? How do you conquer these people? It's like part right here is part of it. You take and you have like a couple foreign governments. It's like, hey, instead of dropping bombs on them, why don't we convince the Americans that there's a pandemic? Well, how are we going to do that? Well, we'll leak this out. We'll, make it sound like, China, leak this footage out. Like there's these heroes in China, good doctors, because someone's going to believe a doctor, doctor, doing good, trying to get this info out to save people. And that's how you do it, and then you got Italy, ran by the Vatican basically. And it's like, you don't think, they'll go along with it. So it's Italy, who already hates America, and China. And here you go, working together to, and I mean, that they didn't need to go to declare a war. They just did it this way. I mean, I don't know. That's kind of a thought I got, I'm not saying that's how it really is, but that's really my thought. You just set up this whole scene to to really pull one over on the people. And that way you don't have to go, draw. I mean, it's a lot cheaper than, using expensive planes and military aircraft and having to risk your own life. It's like, dude, you just do it this way. I don't know. I mean, maybe that's a crazy thought, but it's kind of something that just kind of goes through my mind when I'm watching this. Oh, Bat Soup right there, man. States that Coronas. Yeah, I'm glad you suggested this one, man. That was good, man. It's like, wow, man. Yeah, they dropped it when they put the fear of God into us, and you are correct. We only ever saw what they wanted us to see. The truth community has been used and played against itself. Elites weren't dumb. We did their work for them. And they got us to panic because we saw leaked footage long before any of the news showed anything. That's right. Because I was one of the first people that was actually kind of concerned about it, because I found some of this back in December. And I was like, man, look at this thing going on. I mean, I didn't know what the heck. I mean, I sure wasn't thinking like, I mean, like, I'm like, really? Like, I wasn't thinking like they were conspiring. I was thinking, man, there's like something bad going on. Why don't we shut the border down? And then you got these Democrats. They're like, oh, leave the border open. I'm like, dude, it's like, I got my friends. I'm like, dude, I mean, there's like, I think we need to close that border. And those same people are like, were calling me xenophobe and stuff like that. And like, oh, you're just like Donald Trump, you're a xenophobe. I'm like, dude, no, I mean, we need to close the border because of illegal immigrants, and also there's a coronavirus. I mean, did you see what's going on in China? Because at the time, I'm not, I mean, I'm working a lot. It's not like I get to investigate stuff that much, but still, I find that footage first. So do like a lot of other people, where they're like, and I'm like, I'm trying to show it to my friends, and like, those same people, man. This is why I'm so mad and angry at all of them. Those same people, man, that were calling me xenophobe now are now trying to tell me to wear a mask and that we got to shut everything down. And I'm pretty sure people saw that one. What's it like? The Democrats give bad corona advice. Yeah, from this Real Clear Politics. I'm pretty sure, but I mean, remember the Democrats were the ones that were like,
the risk to New Yorkers for coronavirus is low, and our city preparedness is high.
This should not stop you from going about your life, should not stop you from going to Chinatown and going out to eat. I'm going to do that today myself.
Come to Chinatown. Here we are. We're, again, careful, safe, and come join us.
There is no concern at this time for coronavirus in our region.
The Department of Sanitation is ready for Mardi Gras 2020.
The facts are reassuring.
We want New Yorkers to go about their daily lives.
There's really no need to panic and to avoid activities that we always do as New Yorkers. We are a hardy people.
See, here's the thing that also makes me mad about the censorship. I was one of the first people that was trying to be like, hey, man, there's like dude, maybe we should like not allow travel, like, I mean, it's the same truthers that were trying to get these videos out and was like trying to like be like, hey, why don't we stop travel? But we were saying this back in like late December, first week of January. Why don't we stop this? Right? I mean, the same truthers are now being banned from YouTube, but we were the ones that were trying to say, why don't you shut the border down? Like, we actually believed this, at early on. Well, we didn't believe it. Maybe some of us didn't believe it, but I mean, I think most of the truthers kind of believed this at first because we were the first ones. And it's like, you're trying to tell your dumb Democrat friends, and it's like they're calling you all these names. And right here's proof. This is exactly their mindset. And this is in March, right? This is in March. This is like some of the stuff. was like late February and maybe like the first or second week of March.
Americans do not need to panic. What I would suggest, however, is that Americans take this as a wake-up call for seasonal flu.
There's very little threat here. This disease, even if you were to get it, basically acts like a common cold or flu.
So we're telling New Yorkers, go about your lives, take the subway, go out, enjoy life, and certainly.
See, that's the thing too. I had friends that were like, my same Democrat friends that are now telling me to wear a mask and that I'm a murderer if I don't. You guys were telling me, you were echoing the same words out of their mouth. You were like, oh, it's just a cold. And then you were even getting me to go, well, and then I start looking at things. I'm like, well, maybe it really isn't that bad. Well, no, by February, I was like thinking it is just a cold. But I mean, at that time, okay, this is February 2nd. So when so some of this is like older footage. And there were like a couple friends that were like, oh, but you know, it's probably just like a cold or something. And you're overreacting, you're a xenophobe. But those same people now would call me a murderer for not wearing a mask. And now tell me like, oh, I got to get vaccinated and that.
Not to miss the parade next Sunday. I'm going to be there.
If you had to, would you close down the borders?
No.
We need to be honest about the American people, with the American people, about the fact that we can't keep people coming here from China.
And transmission is not that easy. I think there's been a misperception that coronavirus hangs in the air waiting to catch you. No, it takes direct person-to-person contact.
We also know that if it were likely to be transmitted casually, we would be seeing a lot more cases.
Right, because this is New York and you're in elevators and trains with everybody all the time.
Yeah, man, it's like, wow, you know, that, man, yeah, that's something. That was a good, that's a really good comment you made, Truth Seeking. That's really, like, yeah, they got us to panic, everyone, because we saw leaked footage long before any news showed anything. I saw videos in late November. They knew how to use the truthers to induce ideas. Wow, I didn't know you saw them in November. Yeah, it was December when I saw them. I didn't even know there were any circulating in November. Anyway, you see, there were definitely better videos out there. I remember some where they show a lone man police officer just collapse and fall head first of the stairs going into the subway. Another one where an early 20-something woman walks along and then stops and falls straight body forward. I remember that one. Hardly anyone nearby, and then someone approaches cautiously off stage. I think I remember that one. I remember in 1990, 1993, on my way to college, listening to reports on NPR radio station where they were talking about the Gates Foundation, all the bioethicists they were placing on health boards, and how it was a major concern back then about the ability of one person group directing such influence internationally, already trained and being placed in early 1990s. How many years prior to start? 1990 to into 2020, 30 years, they're already trained and placing 10 or more years minimum, probably 20 years worth of actual program growth and 5 to 10 years of planning before that at least. And that's not including all the other stuff for the rest of this spider's web snare. Codex Alimentarius. This is a massive undertaking that I have been hearing about for 30 years or more, all the time. Gemma and Carrie, off of BitChute. There are better videos out there about Codex Alimentarius, international trade restrictions, everything organized, tracked, and controlled globally. No personal choice, none, all prescribed. So I'm going to try to copy that link. Oh, you know, I think I shut down that. Oh, maybe no. Oh, I don't feel like going back to my YouTube page, or else I'd go post that link on BitChute. But I mean, that's close to the name. Maybe they can figure it out. I'm really sorry, brand new to people. Like, if I would have had my page up, I'd post that link. Supplements and vitamins are listed as toxins. Stock up on whatever is critical to your health and make plans for self-sufficiency alternative. Oh yeah, I agree. Hey man, this has gone 4 hours. I really need to stop. I think this is a great place, man. I wish I could. There's parts of this show that I really like. I really learned a lot, and I don't know, learn, but actually put things into like an interesting perspective. That's for sure. Gosh, I can't wait to have Ingoods and other people on here, man. Hear what their thoughts, get media there, you know, and you know, some of these things we brushed across tonight. I kind of like to hear those guys' thoughts about things. But anyway, yeah, everybody, thanks so much for tuning in. I really appreciate everybody. You know, and especially on brand new tube, you know, it's like, you know, I mean, you know, thanks for, you know, giving me a listen. I know I'm sort of like one of the only lives. So, you know, sorry, or like, gosh, he's not hating the Jews enough. But, yeah, that's just something I just don't, you know, I just don't do, man. It's like, I just know the Vatican runs everything. There's no maybes to it. It's like it's so evident. And I mean, I can, you know, I'll bring on plenty of evidence. And like I said, I'll take on the you know, the best Jew basher out there who thinks, you know, the Jews run the world. I'm willing to take them on, you know, on a live show if they ever want to. And it's, you know, you pretty much got, you know, fighting a guy with maybe an arm or two tied behind his back because I work 70 hours a week. I barely get sleep. I'm trying to raise 2 children. And so, I mean, most people should have an advantage debating me. And I'll wipe the floor with whoever these people that think the Jews run the world are, you know. So anyway, just throwing that out there. And that's more than what most of them would do for me. Most of them will not, even with me offering them money, would not debate me. The big ones, the big name ones that you guys think are so great. So anyway, that's it for my show. Anyway, if I ever get suspended, you know where to find me. I'll be on brand new YouTube because I don't get suspended there. And I appreciate brand new YouTube for everything you do, man. So anyway, later.